Mark's arrived, we can start, and the State Board of Education is called to order. I noticed that Mr. Jones and Mrs. Clifford are not here right now. Mr. Jones had car trouble. She's gone to get him. They will be here shortly. So we will have all members present very shortly. I'd like to welcome those in attendance as well as those that are meeting with us online. It is the mission of the Kansas State Board of Education to prepare Kansas students for lifelong success through rigorous quality academic instruction, career training, and character development according to each student's gifts and talents. Our vision is for Kansas to lead the world in the success of each student. At this time, we will pause for a moment of silence. Will you please join me for the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. At this time, we will look at the agenda, the consent agenda. We will vote on items C, D, J, K, and I separately. There'll be two motions at that point. Are there any other additions or corrections to the agenda? I certainly can. C, D, J, K, and I. L instead of I? Okay. I'll make that notation. Motion would be in order to approve the agenda. Dina and Melanie. All in favor, please raise your hand. All opposed, motion carries 8-0. At this point, are there any corrections or additions to the minutes of June the 14th and 15th? If there are not, the motion would be in order to approve the minutes. Ann, raise your hand, Janet. Janet. All in favor, raise your hand. All opposed, motion carries 8-0. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. And now we are always excited to hear our commissioner.
I was kidding Mr. Tallman, actually, Mr. Chair, about, that he had to come today. And he said, no, this is where everyone wants to be, live, right? And in person. And as Janet and I were talking, we're not on Zoom. Everyone is here. The gang's all here as soon as Ben and Jean get back. So thank you, and good, happy summer to all of you. Hope things are going well. Recently, I was at a STEM conference of the Kansas City STEM Alliance in Kansas City, celebrating their 15th year of STEM activities in Kansas, and got to celebrate with them in the greater Kansas City area. And like everything we do, so we were just talking about, in their world, STEM, what makes students successful. And in some ways, you think it's what's always made students successful. Can I read? Can I learn some basic skills? And then in other ways, the world just changed tremendously. And so we talked about coding. We talked about FIRST robotics, and we talked about Project Lead the Way and some integrated skills. And they have some great results that they shared with me about how that work is really inspiring kids and minority kids to really think about STEM careers, especially in the greater Kansas City area, which serves both the Missouri side and the Kansas side. Also, if you haven't read recently, Advanced Placement So for those of you outside of metro areas, you may not know as much about advanced placement as you do dual credit, because Kansas is a heavily dominated community college state of 19 community colleges that serve our rural districts really well. The College Board does the SAT test and they do advanced placement, which I take a rigorous course, I take an exam, and if I do well, I get credit for that. Advanced Placement's recently run 2 major studies on advanced placement American government and advanced placement environmental science. So these are courses that they've always had. And what they did is that they have moved those courses to project-based courses versus a lecture-based course. And they've done comparison then of how do kids do in AP American government taught the traditional way versus the project-based way. And interesting enough, in both of those courses, environmental science and government, which were their pilot courses, kids do better when they're taught in an integrated way that makes sense in the world around them, which was what KC STEM Alliance was trying to do. So every time that you're out and about, and I think people talk to you, it is this constant journey that we're all on about how do we find those things that help kids be successful as they enter young adulthood and the skill set that they need. One of those is how you're using your ESSER funds, and how we're talking about what does Kansas want is tomorrow I think if the chair allows and the vice chair, we will actually talk about the 50-city tour that we started in February and we've not gotten back to because we've had a variety of other things going on. So I'm looking forward to that and sharing with you, along with Haley Steinloggy, one of our researchers will be here to help with that. Sunflower Summer, as of Monday, 91,000 plus young people and their families have participated in this summer's Sunflower Summer. I want to share with you a few items on that, and here is one of those.
You don't have to spend a lot of money to have fun in the Metro this summer. Cashless KC is exploring the family-friendly activities that won't cost you a dime. KMBC 9's Jamie Weiss has the scoop from Atchison, Kansas.
This summer, the Kansas Department of Education wants you to download their app. It's called Sunflower Summer, and through it, you're able to access nearly 100 different landmarks, museums, and attractions to bring you all across the Sunflower State, including right here to Atchison, Kansas. We're exploring the Amelia Earhart Museum, which is such an incredible step back in time. We spoke with the executive director about why this is such a great place for kids and their families to explore.
It's really nice when you can kind of step back in time and outside of your normal routine of, oh, get up, go to work, or get up and go to school and all those things, but this kind of transports you back. They're super high ceilings, you're not going to see this kind of wallpaper, and also it's inspirational to think that Amelia lived here.
One way to help keep the kids entertained as you explore the Amelia Earhart Museum is with this bingo sheet. You're given it when you walk in through the doors, so as you explore the entire museum, you can find different attractions and things to look at. And as I'm looking at the sheet, I think I found one. Miss Amelia Earhart herself. Reporting from Atchison, Kansas, I'm Jamie Weiss, KMBC 9 News.
Now, the Sunflower app actually gives Kansans free access to nearly 100 attractions across the state. The Amelia Earhart Museum says it does have paper forms you can fill out if you don't have a smartphone to access the app.
Woman.
So if you're interested in a little bingo, you can go play Amelia Earhart Bingo in Atchison, Kansas. 90 plus locations in Kansas, all have been visited by participants in every one of the 105 counties. And Melissa Rooker's here a little bit later to talk to you about things all good around early childhood in the cabinet. She's been instrumental also in helping us with this program, Sunflower Summer. Give you an idea, here's one of the things that we did in an expansion this year. This is the Quivira Council of the Boy Scouts in the Wichita area. These are students grades 1 through 8 who would not have the economic means to go to a summer camp. What is really interesting about this 3-day camp, other than it was participated by 209 young people in the greater Wichita area, done by the Boy Scouts, is it was also the counselors were first responders. And they did not disclose that to the students until the last day. So these were firemen and policemen and EMS. And then they talked about, at the last day, they told them what they did as a profession. Again, one example of the expansion that we're doing this summer as this is. These are pictures from last week out at Milford Lake. We had over 130 families and students out at Milford camp with a tent camp out. We also had some teachers there. This is one of the learning activities, learning about nocturnal animals. And then they got a chance to do some kayaking and fishing and archery and learning over those 2 days. Had the opportunity to be there with Miss Kansas. This year's Miss Kansas has a terrific story that hopefully we'll get an opportunity to hear her and her journey to Miss Kansas. But we met with a lot of the families who said, A, how great the Sunflower Summer program was, and without it, many of them said a vacation would not have been possible for their family. So what we wanted were high-level learning activities in using Kansas own facilities, right? And like Amelia, Earhart, or Milford Lake, or Exploration Place, or many of the other places, and do so at no cost and engage families in this learning. And that's exactly what it's doing. We're going to run this through August. We set aside $2 million of our ESSER set aside money. To date, we've spent just under half of that, which would be on target to finish out the summer. And we will be participating again next summer, and then in the summer of 24, and then those funds will run out. So we hope to continue to make it better as we go forward. But congratulations to everyone. If you haven't had an opportunity, talk to your grandkids or nieces or nephews or your own kids about using the Sunflower Summer app and program, because it's really tremendous, and we want to thank everyone that's involved with that. All right, interactive part of the morning, because we know that, research tells us that we've now been in the meeting 12 minutes, and your minds are already wondering, and you have all kinds of competing interests, laptops, tablets, phones, cars that won't start, all kinds of things, Ben. What is this? This is not a trick question, all right? I did notice as you came in this morning, you happen to be seated next to some of the brightest people that we have here in Kansas that are going to help you, actually. So feel free to have a brief discussion with someone around you. What am I showing you? And then I'll talk about it. You can also play in the audience because it is up on your screen. So
That's what you have to do to be healthy.
those of you who are trying to Google it, we're asking you to use the smart people around you.
Sleep. I don't smoke.
I don't smoke.
I don't exercise.
I don't exercise at all. My blood pressure is good.
That's good. Yeah, my favorite.
I sleep occasionally. Old people don't sleep.
I have that.
I guess that swimmer thing is an exercise. What's right under that?
It's testing. I think it's
Okay,
I can't tell.
now,
I don't see.
full transparency and honesty. How many of you, before this graphic went up today, have ever heard of Life's Essential 8? Because it's trademark, it's a marketing campaign. No one. Me either. I'm looking back here. I don't know. No. So Friday was my biannual visit to my doctor, who, like maybe some of your doctors, we have a great relationship. and he yells at me a lot about all the things I'm not doing, and he says, are you following life's essential 8? My question was, what is it, right? It is, so here's what this is. These are physicians across the United States that have said, we're going to look at the 2 leading causes of death in the United States. They are cardiovascular disease, heart attack, and stroke. Cancer would be number 3. And okay, what's the research then about how we prevent heart attack and stroke and even reduce cancer risk? But let's start with heart attack and stroke. And what they found is it's a combination of test and lifestyle changes. And you can significantly reduce the chance of that. Now, I like to kid him. He also, I said, yeah, and you physician people also have another tool in the toolkit, which are called drugs, right, which manage some of this, and surgeries, right? I mean, they do stuff to also enhance, if you have a blocked artery, they may put a stent in. But if you look at these, there are 8 areas. Healthy eating, that's a lifestyle change, right? They don't prescribe to you 5 fruits and veggies and lean fish and less red meat. Fitness, you can get into all that. 150 minutes of moderate activity every week. Quit nicotine. So Michelle, you'll remember it used to be don't smoke. What changed? Vaping and secondhand smoke. I don't know if you knew this. I learned things as I was questioning the essential 8. The number 1 cause of lung cancer is smoking. Do you know what the number 2 cause of lung cancer is? Secondhand smoking, or secondhand smoke. And I think about that as if I pulled up my high school yearbook, there's ads in the yearbook of people sitting in boardrooms, like the hospital, and they're all smoking in 1977. So, I mean, we learned a lot over that time. Vaping is one of those. So it's quit nicotine. Sleep. That even if you do all the other things right, you're not getting, for someone, an adult, 7 to 8 hours, 9 hours a night consistently. There's a enhanced likelihood that your risk factors go up. Young kids, in fact, need more sleep. So that's interesting. So if you're getting 4 and 5 hours consistently, there's a stress response. Of course, losing weight, and then some things they check, right? Cholesterol, diabetes, blood pressure, and there's markers for that. So there's all kinds of segments within that, and what the physicians say, the American Heart Association say, is if you do these really well, your risks come down dramatically. Now, what's the problem with most people in America? They don't score very well on this assessment. Why not? Well, first of all, none of us knew about the essential 8, but we knew about parts of this, right? I mean, it's been, most of us know, yeah, we should exercise more, we should eat more veggies, we should quit smoking, we should, manage our diabetes if we have it, or prevent that from happening. It's really hard to change lifestyle, and there's constant pressures to have a lifestyle that maybe is different than this. But what my doctor said is, you can exercise all you want. I don't know how many of you remember years ago, there was a man by the name of Jim Fett who was a runner, and then he died. He had coronary arteries, but he ran every day. But he didn't eat really healthy. And so my doctor was saying, what we find is that no one's perfect in any of these, but the better you get in all 8, the more likelihood you get to reduce the risk of stroke and the risk of cardiovascular disease. Now you're saying, okay, this is really nice, Randy. We're learning what you did on Friday. What does this have to do with us? It's interesting that not one of these things indicate by itself that you're going to be at low risk or high risk, but in combination, they do. We do the same. We look at research, and we're going to spend a lot of time talking about that tomorrow, with only one goal. What is it? What does the research say about how do you take someone who's 7 or 10 or 16 And what skills do you give him or her? And what experiences do you give him or her to likelihood that they will go on to be successful in their chosen field of endeavor? A lot of choice there, right? So what physicians are looking at is how to reduce our risk. We're trying to enhance the risk. And we certainly know that the better you are academically prepared, the better you do in your chosen field of endeavor. Graduation's one measure of that. Post-secondary effectiveness and success is a measure that we've been after for the last several years that we'll talk about. The Commissioner's Award is that equity piece that measures how well you're doing relative to your risk factors. And then there's those qualitative around the competency wheel or being ready for kindergarten that Melissa will spend some time talking about today, individual plans of study or civic engagement. Not one of those give you all of the picture, but in combination, they give you a much better picture of the likelihood that that student will go on. Now, what's interesting, if Jean looks at any student in her district, they will be strong and weak in certain areas in this. And we want to enhance that, and we want to get them as best prepared they can as they go on. So, let's do some celebration. This is data I have shared with you in the past, but in a little bit different look at it, which is, again, when I went to my doctor, he said, hey, there's 8 of these. Guess what? The average American only does well in less than half of these. And thus, I prescribe a lot of drugs, trying to fix what could be fixed if we attune to that. So we want to know how many school districts are doing well in 4 of these areas. We've celebrated them. We've had many of them here. You probably haven't seen it represented on a map, but there it is. School districts that are doing well in 4 of the areas. Now, I'm going to just pause for a second because I've given you a visual. I'd like for you to just, again, have a brief conversation with someone seated next to you. What is the first thing you looked at and focused on when that visual came up? Go ahead, have that discussion. These are districts that have 4 or more of these factors at the highest of levels.
I would say the absence.
But I want to know when you see the visual what you focused on. And again, audience participation is good. We enjoy that.
I don't know that. I'm assuming that that's going to
So
happen.
that's the first pool.
I've been on before. I know that's a great shock to you.
Janet, I'm going to pick on you. When you look at that map, what was the first thing that your brain and your eyes kind of focused on?
My district.
Your district. All right? All of you kind of go to your district?
Yeah.
And then, Ben, maybe as you looked at your district, was there then something else that then immediately came to your mind? Yeah. I don't know, when I first looked at this, I looked at all the blank spaces, right? Isn't it, like, that's the negative way. Well, who isn't on? Where are those 4? We're here to celebrate those that have hit 4, which is well above the average of where we would be. By the way, have we mentioned, I don't think today, you've set the highest standards of any state in the country in all of these measures because it takes that to be successful? But let's add the woes that have 5 areas. How about those that have 6 areas? We had no one this past year in 2021, that had 7, but as you know, there's South Lyon County with all 8. In 3 years, this is called star recognition. You're recognizing those areas, those 8 areas. Why? Because we know if we can get like South Lyon County, high in all 8, where the odds of those students in that district being successful go up. It's never perfect, but it goes up tremendously. In 2019, 40 school districts were at 4 areas. There was no one above 4 areas 3 years ago, because we've only been 19, 20 and 21. 22 will come out this fall. We'll be talking about it. 40 school districts. No one was at 5, no one was at 6, no one was at 7, no one was at 8. A year ago, that 40 became 50. Ann and her husband like to do a lot of hiking and trails when they go on vacation, or I'll call them hillsides. You may call them mountains sometimes, right? You know, it used to be if you climbed Mount Everest, you were a rare, that's a terrific feat. It's really hard. But there have been more and more over years do that. Roger Bannister, when he broke the 4-minute mile, literally physicians thought that his body may actually break down. And then Jim Ryan ran that as a high school senior. And of course, lots of people can run that. We went from 40 to 50 in 1 year. This past year, we went to 76. From 40 to 50 to 76. And you know what you did during that time? You didn't lower the standard one bit. So what changed? I guess some people raised their standards. So I don't focus on the blanks because guess what? 22 will see an increase. And in 23 we'll see an increase. In Kansas, we love basketball. In fact, we have the rules of basketball not too far from here. James Naismith's rules of basketball. We claim we're the inventors, even though he wasn't living in Kansas when he wrote those rules. And so we know a lot about the University of Kansas basketball coach Bill Self. The most successful by winning percent that KU's ever had, and they've had a lot of successful ones, right? Just won a national championship. Do you remember, or did you know, that Bill Self was an assistant coach at the University of Kansas and at Oklahoma State for 8 years? 8 years before he became a head coach at all. You know, as we talk about teachers coming out of college, what do? They go in the classroom day 1 without much support. 8 years he was an assistant coach under a guy named Larry Brown at KU, Eddie Sutton at Oklahoma State. That's also where he played basketball. And then he got his first job. Anyone remember where that? At Oral Roberts University in Tulsa. His record, his first year, 6-21. 6 wins, 21 losses. His second year at Oral Roberts, 10 wins, 17 losses. In fact, in his 4 years at Oral Roberts, he won just half his games. Just half. He then went on to Tulsa, and then went on to Illinois, and then came to the University of Kansas, where today he wins 81% of his games. It took time. It took someone not getting rid of him. He paid a lot of time, right? He would tell you that. You started this journey with research in 15. You kicked it off in 16. In 19, we put together the metrics to measure this. And in the third year of this, you've seen that increase go up by 52% of those now achieving at a higher level. Is it fast enough? Probably for many of us, no. Does it take time? Yes. Are the kids worth it? I think absolutely. And so you're going to hear today, pre-K, also going to talk about the initiatives of Children's Cabinet. You're going to hear about setting cut scores and where teachers are going to recommend that you set them. And guess what? It's going to be high. Their recommendation is going to be high. But that's the work that you do, is setting the goals and the standards and encouraging those districts, go do that. Work with the families and go do that. And do we have work ahead of us? Like a ton of work ahead of us. But there's people doing outstanding work. So as you know, we say the keys. If you're out talking to the districts, do you know how you're doing in all 8 outcomes? Exactly what my doctor asked. Here's your blood pressure. Did you know? Here's your cholesterol. Here's your A1C. Here's your, how you eat fruits. He's asking me in those 8 areas, I know how I'm doing, and then he's telling me how I'm doing in some of those areas. You then have to have a plan and a process. You then have to go execute it. Every one of us know we should exercise. And last night, after Mr. Porter and I had dinner together and went back, I was tired. Like, I don't know that I want to do that. I know I'm should do that. I don't know that I want to do that. It's late. But we have to execute that plan, and then we measure against those 8 outcomes. And as you hear about accreditation today, that's exactly what we're trying to do also. Mr. Chairman, I would stand for questions.
My handheld thing is off, so does anybody have questions?
As I said, we can go old school, which is you raise your hand.
Thank you. I think, is it the case that for the subjective ones, they have to apply for that?
That is correct.
Okay. Well, if I say, well, how are you guys doing on these 8 things? I can hear them saying, well, you want me to do that or you want me to do KISA?
One and the same.
So those
Those are the 8 outcomes in KISA. Now, there's some foundation things, right, that, I mean, the rows capacities and things that we have to have. I like to say, when you get out of here today, and you're going to go down the street, you have to go the speed limit. I mean, that's a requirement. But these are the 8 outcomes in KISA.
Okay, thank you.
The process is KISA. The execution is the district and our help.
Well, thank you very much, Commissioner.
Thank you.
And now declare the citizens open forum for the Kansas State Board of Education meeting open at 10:31 a.m. The State Board provides this opportunity for citizens to share views about topics of interest or issues currently being considered by the State Board. The State Board has asked each speaker identify themselves by name, the name of the group they represent, if applicable. The State Board also asks that each speaker focus their remarks on issues or topics. Personal attacks will not be tolerated. Each speaker shall then be limited to 3 minutes. Any board questions will be for clarifications. Do we have any speakers? In that case, the Kansas State Board Citizens Open Forum is closed at 10:32. I'm supposed to thank the speakers, but since there weren't any, I guess I will defer that to some point in the future. And now we're always excited to discuss ESSER. Gentlemen, welcome.
Thank you, Chairman Porter, members of the board. We are always excited to discuss ESSER. Do I need to do something, Eric? Okay, so in today's materials, we've got a set of Sr2 changes. There's 13 districts that have submitted changes. That'll bring their plans up to $17.3 million, but the changes that we're looking at only represent about $47,000 once you take the pluses and minuses. So not going to be a big dent in our totals right now. So a lot of these, you'll notice that they're, as always, they're just moving funds around. Some things come in under budget, some things come in over budget. If they're under budget, then that makes room for some new requests. So as we look at these, Remington Whitewater is asking for a little bit more for premium pay and salaries. Blue Valley is just barely spending a little bit more money on salaries, but that does use up what's left of their Sr2 allocation. Humboldt just moving funds around for curriculum. Ellsworth using up more of theirs, but they've still got Sr2 money available to them. That's for software. And then Manhattan is making room for premium pay and salaries, and Ellis for curriculum. Rose Hill actually did not spend as much money on devices, so they are actually negative. So we had 100 and some thousand going up, and then Rose Hill brought us down 60,000. So that's that $47,000 net gain in Sr2 funds. Peabody Burns, moving money around for curriculum and salaries. Augusta, same thing, substitute salaries and benefits. Katy Valley, salaries. Coffeyville, salaries and premium pay. Fredonia, premium pay and software. And then the last one, El Dorado, salaries and summer learning. Like I said, net change of only $47,000. So our figures for the teaching and learning categories, allowable activities, doesn't change much. We're still at about 80%. We've got $57 million left in Sr2 funds that haven't been spoken for, but we did have Kansas City, Kansas this week that we were reviewing that had submitted an Sr2 change request, and that's a big chunk of money in their Sr2. So we're going to whittle that down pretty fast, I think. When we get Wichita's Sr2 change request, that's going to have another big dent in it. So I think we're getting close to at least having all of Sr2 planned for, or pretty close to it.
Ann.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was reading an article this weekend about how some states, they had used some of their ESSER money to recruit new teachers. Have you seen any of our districts wanting to do that?
We're starting to see a little bit more of it, I think, in Sr3. There was a little bit in Sr2, I think, but in Sr3, I think there are, and I can't name any specifics, but I know there have been some things, well, how, besides the retention pay, how do we recruit?
Right.
How do we train our own, build our own? There's been some line items for possibly paying for tuition for people that want to get into the teaching profession to help them offset those college costs to get those courses they need to be a certified teacher. So there's some of that coming along in the Sr3, probably more than we saw in Sr2.
Do you think that we need to let districts know that is an option? Because it seems like teacher supply is just a really big issue. Or do you think they know that already?
I think before Michelle left, she was doing that quite a bit,
Okay.
letting people know that, you know, you've got a source of funds here and this is an allowable use. So.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Anyone else? Moving right ahead.
I think we have it set so you guys can.
So is there a motion to approve the Sr2? Ben?
I move that the Kansas State Board of Education accept the recommendations of the Commissioners' Task Force on ESSER distribution of money and approve the public school district Sr2 change requests as presented for use of federal COVID-19 relief funds.
Is there a second to that motion? Melanie seconds that motion. Any discussion? If not, all in favor, please raise your hand. All opposed? Abstain? 901. Thank you. Moving right ahead.
Okay, so Sr3 for this month. We've got one of the conditionally approved districts that has met the requirements for all the stakeholder pieces, and so Neodesha, we are going to release their funds for them to use. We've still got 9 districts left that we're working with on that piece. 16 new districts submitted Sr3 plans, 13,000 students, $18.9 million included in that. You can see where we sit now. We've got 85 plans that you all have approved. We've got 9 that are still in that conditional approval phase. 16 new ones today, which brings us to 110 districts that will have either fully approved or partially approved Sr3 plans. There's at least 53 more that are in the chain to under review right now, and then 123 districts approximately, and this is a week ago's number, so that could have changed a little, but have not submitted at this time. Once again, we're still looking at some of the smaller districts in this batch. And then as we look at the per pupil spending and the district spending, the average is 1.1 million for the districts. The low end is 139,000. That is Ellis, but that's only about a third of their allocation that they're speaking for in this first draft. Going up through Pittsburgh, it's $6.4 million, and that's most of their ESSER money, ESSER3 money. And then the per pupil spending, same same two districts represented. The low end is Ellis, the high end is Pittsburgh. As we look at the teaching and learning allowable activities for this month, it's 83% are going towards those yellow bars that we like to keep track of. If we look at the cumulative, we are looking at about 70% for that. As we look at our Sr3 plans, I think you're going to see a lot more HVAC and construction projects coming through. It's a lot more money. And so that number is going to be a little bit lower than we saw in Sr2, I think, just as we trend. This brings us, what, $170 million, approximately $171 million that is going to have been spoken for Sr3. We know we've still got Wichita and KC out there that have a lot of that money. So when those come in, that'll make a big dent in that $597 million that's still left.
Questions? Ann?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You know, I sit in on as many of the Greenbush superintendent calls as I can, and a couple of months ago, they were just like really complaining about this whole thing. But about 3 weeks ago, they wanted you guys to know that they really felt like the process was moving more smoothly, that they were getting callbacks, and I couldn't tell you what it is, but something you've done on the site they were very pleased with and thought it was just doing very well. So they want you guys to know that.
Thank you. That's nice to hear. I know. Thank you very much.
Still waiting on that raise.
And I need to remind everybody again that all this work is not in their job descriptions. This is all stuff that was been dumped. I think the attorney just told me not to use the word dumped. So I withdraw that. Well, no, I don't. Go ahead. Any other questions? I just need to remember that anytime I say, is there a question, I need to just go ahead and call on Ann. Ben?
Are you ready for a motion, Mr. Chair?
I'm always
No.
ready for a motion.
Oh,
No, not yet.
Oh, there's a change order in there.
Yes.
Okay, I'll let you do the change order.
In that case, Mr. Jones, I'm not ready for a motion.
You lied to me.
We do have one Sr3 change request, and that is from Cherryvale. Like I said, we've got more HVAC projects. As we go through these, we do not approve or the capital improvement pieces until all of the paperwork has been filed. So what this change request is that Cherryvale has all of their paperwork in order and ready to go and to start the project. And so once they have that, then it becomes that change. So that's $1.7 million for the HVAC project that they are looking at. Once again, where we set cumulative, that 1.7 out of what's been spoken for, that actually drops us down 1% to 69% for that teaching and learning. And that's all I had.
Yeah, Melanie?
Thank you, Chairman Porter. Thank you so much for this presentation. I just have a quick question. You said that there are 53 districts that are still under review. Is that correct?
We have about 53 right now that we are in some stage of review, either primary, secondary, or been returned back to the district for follow-up. So 53 in the chain.
So my question is on the return back to the district. On average, how many cycles are they going through before we see them on the screen?
What does the process look like?
When it gets returned back to the district. So if you return it to the district, they're going to edit it, come back to you again. How many cycles is that going through?
Kind of depends on what it is. We look at it, we have a primary review team that just looks at those line items. They do a quick scan. They're looking for what's allowable, what makes sense, if there's enough detail there. They're kind of looking at it before we get it and trying to get through some of those. So they try to get all those questions in that first time, get those answers, get them back. Once we have those answers, then it moves up the chain to the secondary review. We'll take a second look at it, and that's a smaller team, but we look at everything to try to maintain consistency across every district so that everybody is held to the same standard, because we've got multiple people looking at it in their own little world. But then when it comes to the secondary review, we're looking at everything to try to make, like I said, maintain that consistency. So if we see things that districts have marked for 20% that's set aside, that really doesn't affect, it affects all students, which is okay, but it really doesn't target that 20% that really had the most learning loss, then we're going to send it back. That's a simple one. You know, we don't think this qualifies for that. Please remove that as one of your 20% items. Other things, we're making that comparison the way we have when we've talked to other states, the interpretation of the law, what's allowable, what's not. So if we see things that we don't think quite fit, that may send it back. And then we get to the narrative piece to make sure that we've got the stakeholder input that's necessary to move the plans ahead. So that's been really the sticking point. It's not usually the line items. Those are pretty easy to fix because everybody knows pretty much by this point in time what's allowable and what's not. It's the how did you engage your community piece that is taking more of the back and forth. So it could be one time returned, it could be two, it could be 4, 5.
Thank you.
Yep.
Anything else? Now, Ben.
I move that the Kansas State Board of Education accept the recommendations of the Commissioners Task Force on ESSER distribution of money and approve the public school districts for Sr3 expenditure plans and Sr3 change requests as presented for use of federal COVID-19 relief funds.
Is there a second to that motion? Jim McNeese seconds that motion. Any further discussion? All in favor? All opposed? Abstain. 9-0-1. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you.
And now we have recommendations from the about financial literacy standards. Helen and Nathan, welcome.
Very good. Good morning.
Good morning. Mr. Chairman and members of the board, thank you for the opportunity to present. Nathan and I were here in June to review the financial literacy standards. We are back again for an action item. We have just a brief presentation to just briefly review, and then we will stand for questions. The old standards were created by the National Jumpstart organization, and these are the currently adopted financial literacy standards K through 12 for the state of Kansas. The new standards were revised and updated, and these standards were a collaboration between National Jumpstart and the Council for Economic Education. And so these new updated standards replace the two previous sets of standards that were created by each organization separately. The topics of these standards are very similar to the previous Jumpstart standards. There are some slight differences. There is recognition of overlap. Financial decision-making is also incorporated, and there have been some updates that we discussed in June. And just as a quick reminder, those updates include behavior with financial spending, post-secondary financial planning, technology such as mobile apps and cryptocurrency.
Good morning. Just a brief overview of the new standards and to summarize what they incorporate. One of the biggest changes is to move away from standards within a particular grade level to end of grade band learning. So for example, if you look at your old standards that are at your place, on page 15, you will see at the kindergarten, there are benchmarks within that particular grade level, grade 4, grade 8, and grade 12. With the new standards, you have end of grade band. So it's not beholden to a particular teacher at a particular grade level, but is incorporated within that particular grade band. So that's one of the major changes with the new standards. And as you can see, there's an example, managing credit. That would be at the end of the grade band, so it could be in the 3rd grade, 2nd grade, 4th grade, wherever that happens to be. The same thing would go at the middle school level with interest rates, fees, and so on. So with this, one of the key pieces that we felt was necessary was to show teachers where those crosswalks are. So Chairman Porter mentioned analyzing and understanding percentages that would be in math, but that would also be in financial literacy. So at the end of the grade band, you could have multiple teachers working on these particular standards and helping students with these particular financial literacy pieces. Others could be in, I have an example up there for 8th grade English language arts, reading informational text is an ELA standard, but also would cross over to financial literacy.
We also updated our resource guide, and so we really wanted to focus in on resources that would help teachers easily implement financial literacy. We were asked by the teachers that participated in our standard review to add grade level icons so that elementary and middle school teachers could easily see what resources were available for them to use in the classroom. And it is important to note that many of the resources within this guide are national resources, and they have already shifted and have already adopted the new financial literacy standards.
And with that, we'll stand for questions.
Are there questions? Man, I shouldn't have even looked.
There you go. Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, when are these going to be on our site?
If they are adopted.
I
we
mean,
will-
so after today, hopefully, then you'll post them so we can let people know.
Absolutely.
Okay, and the other document you had that had the KSDE stuff on it, is that just this with our cover, or is it a different set of resources?
The resource guide,
Uh-huh.
that resource guide was created in-house, and that will be on our website with connection to the standards as well as that crosswalk piece.
Oh, okay. How far out do you think it'll be before that'll be available online?
They are currently ready,
They're ready,
and we
okay.
can post those updated documents along with the standards
Great.
adopted.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Anything else? Melanie?
Thank you, Chairman Porter. I want to go back just a couple of steps and ask, how do you determine the germaneness of the topic when you're looking at the world of financial literacy? And an example would be, we're talking about investing, spending money. Where do you draw the line at renting a house, making the purchase? Can you speak to that just a little bit?
As far as within a grade band,
I'm wondering if there were topics that were potentially thrown out as you were coming to the new set of standards, and where you draw the line as far as when have you crossed out of financial literacy and into something that's maybe a little bit bigger?
truly, the standards themselves, they're going to speak to that, and teachers are going to talk about all of those things probably incorporated, but the depth is going to be different, depending on the grade level. So for instance, at the high school level, I imagine the depth is going to be a little bit greater than at the elementary level. But at the elementary level, you could talk about, and elementary students are going to know the difference between renting and owning and what that means, just possession. But definitely on their level versus high school, where you're going to get into what does that mean? Is a contract, a lease, and those sorts of things. You might get more depth with that, but you may be talking about the same thing.
So as a reminder for somebody who's watching the meeting, perhaps, a teacher might be able to go ahead and have that conversation around renting and what it means to sign that contract. They've stepped beyond the standards, which is great. They can do that in their local district, but this set of standards will now be a requirement. So every student in Kansas is going to be learning the content that's covered in these standards, correct?
Well, it's a suggestion. We can't, I mean, local control would dictate that we can't say you have to do this.
So let me speak to this, because I was going to, as you adopt, there's two major thoughts then of standards. You have those standards that are assessed, math, language arts, science, social studies. Those are required to be taught. These are model standards, like we have in art and music and a lot of different areas. They can be adopted, but they don't have to be adopted. And we do not assess them at the state level. So there's a difference there. And so I wanted to make sure everyone understood that.
I think it's appropriate, though, for us to understand that this is a hot button issue. And that we would certainly, at least I would certainly encourage all schools to take a serious look at making sure that their students have the financial literacy knowledge to be successful. Michelle?
Thank you, Chairman Porter. I think the biggest concern I have is the word national. National anything kind of makes me pause on stuff as far as national standards. There's digital currency. They're moving to mandate that, where we have places in Kansas City where you have to you can only use your credit card. You can't even have cash. So I'm concerned about what direction are we taking this with financial, adding literacy to finance. I'm okay with a standalone course in high school, whether it be economics, management, personal finance, those type of things, but I don't think they need to be required. I think that since we're talking about, well, these are suggestions, this does not have to be adopted at the local level, I'm fine with it where they're more in the able to ask more questions in more of adult, like a high school type setting where they're a little bit older and they can ask those questions. I just want to say that before we vote on this, those are my biggest concerns on this. But thank you for your time and all your work on it.
Thank you. Any other questions? If not, this is an action item and a motion would be in order to approve. Dina?
I move that Kansas State Board of Education approve the financial literacy standards as presented.
Is there a second to that motion? Jim McNeese seconds that motion. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, please raise your hand. All opposed? And the vote is 9-1. Thank you very much. We will reconvene at 11:10. Happy to have Melissa and Amanda with us today, and we look forward to hearing your presentation. Welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's a pleasure to be here in front of the board to talk about early childhood and all of the exciting plans underway and good things happening for children in Kansas. There's two tracks. So part of what I'll talk to you about today will relate to the Children's Cabinet itself, and part of it will relate to our shared work with our partner agencies, obviously the Kansas Department of Education, the Kansas Department for Children and Families, which is where programs like child care licensing and some family health programs are housed, and then the Kansas Department for Children and Families, which is where economic support programs for families like TANF and SNAP and child care subsidy and other issues related to family supports that help young children in Kansas, and then of course they also are over the child welfare side of the equation. I think I'll start with the Children's Cabinet just for sake of clarity. You in your budget package will see the Children's Initiative Fund budget. And our cabinet met in June. We had our regular June 3rd meeting and then a special meeting on June 24th, both of which are available on our Children's Cabinet website to be viewed if anyone wants to see them. But it's our annual budget discussion that we hold in June so that our budget is ready to be packaged up with the Department of Education. The Children's Initiative Fund, just to review for those that aren't quite as familiar, this was formed in 1999 when the Children's Cabinet was created. We have both the Kansas Endowment for Youth and the Children's Initiative Fund. The Kansas Endowment for Youth, known as the KEY Fund, is a vehicle that receives the annual settlement that the state of Kansas receives through the Master Tobacco Settlement, which was reached nationally. The legislature at that time chose to create this structure of the Children's Cabinet and these two funds to be the beneficiaries of the annuity that Kansas receives. So the KEY Fund is the endowment that receives the annual payout, and then there's an annual fund transfer to what is known as the Children's Initiative Fund, or the CIF. So our budget at the Children's Cabinet is entirely based on tobacco settlement dollars. We get no state general funds. We do apply for certain other grants, so we are the state lead for a federal grant known as the Community-Based Child Abuse Prevention Program, which is a federal Administration for Children and Families project. We get a little over $1 million for that, for child abuse prevention activities. And then we have taken over from the Department of Education, which served as the initial state lead agency for preschool development grant in the initial planning year in 2019. That when we got our 3-year renewal, the decision was made to transfer the lead role to the Children's Cabinet to better coordinate across the system with multiple state agencies. So we are really pleased to be bringing forward a recommendation to enhance funding in a couple places in the Children's Initiative Fund budget that I think relate to the work that the State Board of Education is involved with. So one of those areas is parents as teachers. The cabinet is keenly aware that programs that have been flat funded for multiple years are feeling the effects of inflation pretty keenly at this point. And the Parents as Teachers program has been receiving a level amount of money since 2019, so their capacity is dropping. So we want to help address the effect of inflation over time, and so we're recommending an increase of a little over $1.3 million to that line item. Parents as Teachers then takes that money. It's actually through Amanda's department here at the Department of Education that grants are recommended for those programs, and you all see those in your business as a state board. But we are expecting our increase to help them maintain capacity and hopefully meet the need that exists. The idea is that these funds get matched with local effort as well, so we don't want to see local effort drop, but we do want to help enhance what they're doing. The other place that the rest of our increase is, that the recommendation directs, is to the Early Childhood Block Grant, which is a grant program that the governing board of the Children's Cabinet oversees. And we teamed up last year very successfully with the Kansas Preschool program and shared the work, reviewed together. We aligned criteria in the two programs so that we could make grant awards in each that best fit that source of funding. So we think together, the idea was that the Early Childhood Block Grant gives us some nice flexibility to enhance and ensure that preschool programs and other types of programs around the state have the ability to apply for and receive grant funding. And it leaves us with some flexibility in the Kansas Preschool program in case down the road there are changes to enhance that through legislative action. So our overall Children's Cabinet budget recommendation grows this year from a little over $52 million to $57 million to meet the need that we think exists. We also, at the Children's Cabinet, are delighted that the Dolly Parton's Imagination Library project has shifted from a grant-funded program using our preschool development grant to become an official line item in the Children's Initiative Fund budget. That change is significant because it allows us to truly open up the program statewide. We need to cultivate local 501c3 nonprofit partners in areas that don't currently have a local partner. Our funding matches 50% of the cost with the local partner. So we will, as of July 1, we've begun matching our 50% share for every existing affiliate in the state. There's currently around 43,000 children receiving one free book a month. They're eligible from birth until their 5th birthday. This is a program that worldwide is it's about 20 years old, and through June of 22, the program has gifted over 185 million books worldwide. So it is an incredibly wonderful, joyful program. It is voluntary for parents to choose to sign their child up, but once they do, in the mail every month, a book arrives, and it's age appropriate and really high quality, and it gives families the chance to sit down and read together. That is the sole purpose of that program. It's been honored by the Library of Congress in 2021 in fall. The Chief State School Officers Association at their recent convening honored Dolly for this particular work, and I got word this week that the National Education Association, NEA, has given Dolly Parton the Friend of Education Award. So it is a really high quality program and just offers another option for focusing on early literacy. So that brings me to the brief that we handed out at the beginning of the meeting. It's hot off the presses this morning, and the graphic design was finished. It is available for the public to view already on the Children's Cabinet website. kschildrenscabinet.org is where you can find it, and if you just scroll down when you land on the homepage, it's spotlighted as the latest news. But this really is a brief that pulls together, there's 4 pages of research and resources that went into the creation of this brief. It touches on the cost of doing nothing, basically. We know with a policy goal such as every 3rd grade student shall read at grade level, worthwhile goal, but it doesn't start when that child enters kindergarten. It starts when that child is born. It starts with good prenatal care, but it really, those first 3 years of life are critical in a child's brain development and can really set the trajectory for their success in life. So we at the Cabinet wanted to put some research together to help support the work that policymakers such as yourselves and our friends across the street and at local level and national level, we really wanted to be able to draw together a resource that can be used as the starting point for those conversations. We did embed some action ideas for families, for policymakers, for businesses, and you'll find those towards the end. So that's the day-to-day work of the Children's Cabinet. I recently accepted an invitation to join a national task force. It's the Early Years Climate Action Task Force. It's the Aspen Institute and an organization called Capita that will create a national plan that addresses the role that environmental change has on healthy development in young children. So we hope to adopt by later in 2023 a plan that can be useful as a tool in decision making at every level. So I look forward to bringing information back to Kansas and helping policymakers know what we're looking at. It will serve as a companion to a K-12 action plan that Aspen Institute published last year. Okay, so on to preschool development grants. We, as state lead, the work really springs from our All In for Kansas Kids strategic plan. This is a resource available on the Children's Cabinet website. The All In plan was designed through our 2019 work and is intended to be a 5-year strategic plan. We will end our preschool development grant activities with an update to the all-in plan so that we can acknowledge progress that's been made over the life of the grant and set our course for another few years into the future. We have been doing an annual needs assessment update. In 2019, we did a comprehensive look at statewide at what's going on for young children in Kansas, and each year we have done a refresh of the needs assessment update, another tool that's available on the Cabinet website. The needs have, obviously the pandemic affected a lot of different activities and created a lot of pressure on families as different providers had different experiences with pandemic. But through this all, we are tracking the pressures predate the pandemic. They were exacerbated. We have done a tremendous team effort to bring pandemic-related relief resources to bear and provide funding and tools and new programs and supports for families to help everyone navigating this situation with young children in their household. I want to acknowledge the support that we receive from the Department of Education for Preschool Development Grant and the activities of the Children's Cabinet. We have an MOU in place that has existed since 2016, and I think for all the help that I get from HR and IT and Randy's team, it is the fiscal division that does the most work. They do yeoman's work, and when we are giving lots and lots of grant funding that creates lots and lots of paperwork. So just wanted to take a moment to acknowledge Craig and John Hess and the team in KSDE Fiscal. Our work through Preschool Development Grant is not about expanding slots for children in specific programs. It is systems level work. It is work designed to improve and strengthen the system, to make it easier to navigate for families, to make it more streamlined for state agencies to collaborate and blend funding and break down barriers. And I'm really actually very pleased that, that it's a process that is akin to physical growth, where there are growing pains, but it has strengthened our teamwork to work through the projects together, to think of new ways to deliver programs and to improve processes at the state level. So a couple of quick things, and then I'll turn focus to the specific education projects that will interest you. For the childcare workforce, we have an RFP in the final stages of evaluation of applicants to be able to award a contract to a vendor to build a workforce registry for the childcare workforce, so that we can move from a paper-based process to gain a license to joining the modern age, being able to do that electronically. It will ease the burden on the state agency side of things. It will create some tools for childcare providers that should help them meet their licensing requirements and track their professional development progress as they take coursework to gain the hours they need annually to stay licensed in good standing. As they work to improve their educational attainment, they can track all of that in the registry for themselves. So it should be a really useful tool for both users on both sides of the equation. Along with the workforce registry, we are developing a career pathway so that in high school who take CTE courses in child development can see a clear path into the profession, no matter if they just want to continue getting enough certification to be licensed, or if they want to pursue higher education. It can be 2-year, 4-year, or advanced on through master's and PhD level. So we want everybody to see themselves in that pathway, including people who have been in the profession for many years and have experience to bring to bear, and not a lot of course credit officially. So we are excited about the rollout of that, hopefully in early 2023. We are teamed up with KDHE to do some supporting programs in pediatric offices to help with developmental screenings and help ensure that parents are able to identify needs that their children might have and get connected to services that are available. With regard to the State Board of Education and the Department of Education, we have a strong focus in Preschool Development Grant on kindergarten readiness as one of the key areas. And so we have been able to bring some Preschool Development Grant funding to the school readiness snapshot process. We created a state-level account for the Ages and Stages questionnaire, which makes it more available to everyone across the state, as opposed to everyone having to create their own contractual arrangement with the publishing company. So this is now a tool that is in the toolkit. It's part of the work that Amanda's team does with school districts to help them implement. It's also the Part C network of providers that we have onboarded this year to help make that available. And it is a screening tool the parent uses, but it's made available through the Part C providers, through pediatricians, through school, as part of kindergarten transition work that's done. So the state level account streamlines that. We have seen this year, I know my numbers are not as fresh as they could be, but there have been, as of May, over 9,300 screenings across 325 buildings between the different types of, there's different versions of ASQ questionnaires, but that's the total that I have in my records. We have also helped to update the handbook for families, kindergarten in Kansas. The Kansas Parent Information Resource Center distributes it and has distributed over 38,000 copies of the new version. It's available in several different languages, and KPERC is where people can look to receive copies of that. And then we have used Preschool Development Grant to give kindergarten readiness sub-grants to school districts, which is a grant that's designed to help them meet the commissioner's STAR recognition for kindergarten readiness. So this year, we currently have 11 new grants awarded for the third year of the preschool development grant, totaling $255,000. So that's 11 more districts that are participating. And it's to help them engage in kindergarten transition activities and really focus on helping reach out to preschoolers and do all those great things to develop professional development programs and staff resources and help connect with families. I can go on and on and on, but I am instead going to stop here and open it up, Mr. Chairman, for any questions that the state board might have.
The handheld thing works now. Betty.
Thank you for all of this great information, but you have an area in the handout, cost of inaction. And so in reading through that or glancing through that, certainly there were several obvious categories that captured my attention. Looking at the one where you talked about incarceration, economics, and you mentioned foster care, which is something I'm really, really interested. You highlight those areas, but is there anything developed to show as an example the outreach or what you do to actually impact those children that are in foster care system?
That's a great question. So the question is, what can we show that shows we are doing proactive things to reach out to help improve? I would say the work of the Children's Cabinet is anchored in prevention work. The work of the Department for Children and Families is really where child welfare action happens. Once a child is brought into the system, but we have as a state, some of our funding is transferred to Department for Children and Families to help secure a federal grant known as the Family Preservation Act program. So there's a lot of programs that we feature in the Cabinet's annual report to show where our grant funding goes to support families, to help make sure that outcomes are better for kids. There is a lot of focus on improving outcomes. And let me just add that we did a data study in partnership with Department for Children and Families. We looked at the data set that we have on the early childhood block grant programs over time. I think it's a 6-year period that we have data that we could bring to the study. And then DCF gave us foster care data. We can show through the results of this study that for families that participated in programs that were funded by the Early Childhood Block Grant, there is a 23% less likelihood that children will be removed from the home.
So, but those that, and let me follow up if I may, but for those children that are in foster care, are they still basically lost from the advantages? I mean, I can appreciate how you're saying we're trying to keep them in the home, but those that are actually in foster care, how do you?
Well, we at the Cabinet aren't positioned to intervene necessarily in those situations. There's multiple state agencies involved. So we certainly have programs that we fund, home visiting programs and different things that foster families participate in that can help. But the work of foster care resides with the Department for Children and Families.
And I finished that because I was looking at measuring outcomes.
Mm-hmm.
Is there something in place where, because this is a focus, that
yes,
measuring those outcomes can be
part of our preschool development grant project meets one of the major goals in our strategic plan, which is to create an early childhood data trust. So we have a legal agreement now that involves the Children's Cabinet, the Department of Education, Department for Children and Families, Department for Health and Environment, and our newest member is the Department of Corrections. It is a legal framework that helps us more easily share and connect data. So the data trust is an overarching agreement with ethical use guidelines in place, the legalities of FERPA and HIPAA and the Student Data Privacy Act at the state level, all of those things, requirements in federal funding streams. So Child Care Development Block Grant funds from the federal government has certain data sharing rules. We spent a year crafting, with the help of lawyers at every agency, crafting the legal framework. Moving forward, every time there is a desire to take a look at something like the study that I just cited was the pilot study. We wanted to demonstrate how the data trust works, number one, and we wanted to learn something about the value of the kinds of interventions that our cabinet supports. So we did this matchup of data. We first executed a data sharing agreement specific to that project, so the terms and conditions are all outlined for data sharing. But yes, we are engaged in robust evaluation of the efficacy of our programs. The statute that created the Children's Cabinet in 1999 placed a requirement in statute that we use an annual analysis that is data-driven and evidence-based to guide the decision-making of the Children's Cabinet. So we keep these issues top of mind, and we are seeking to strengthen the partnerships so that we can improve outcomes for all Kansas children, no matter whether they are foster children, low-income households, well-to-do, urban, suburban, frontier, rural. It doesn't matter. We want all Kansas kids to thrive.
And let me say that I'm very appreciative of the works that's being done under this, because you highlight areas that oftentimes are forgotten or not factored in when we are looking at the success of students. It's with the basic assumption that all kids come from a caring family background, which is not the case. So I appreciate, the vast information that you've included in here.
Thank you.
And thank you so much for that.
I would note that the cabinet is engaged in a team project with a number of our state agency partners. We were chosen as one of 5 states to join a national cohort called Thriving Families, Safer Children, which is another program designed to intervene upstream before a child is removed from the home. And it is anchored in teaching more about the difference between poverty and true neglect, and how we intervene skillfully to help low-income families, so that low-income socioeconomic status is not wielded against them. And you see higher incidence of children removed because at a low-income level, you have fewer resources to draw on and more work gets missed. So you see a cascading effect sometimes that is not truly neglect. It's not the will of the parents. It's sometimes just necessity driven. So we are exploring ways to provide preventive legal services to help families avoid being evicted or avoid the cascade of events that happens if you get a traffic ticket and your license to drive is put in jeopardy. Those are things that can be solved, and those of us with means know to turn to an attorney to help us guide, but low-income families don't always have that resource. So we are engaged in a lot of forward-thinking work as a collaborative team with our agency partners to learn how to do better for Kansas families.
Thank you. Ann.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I'm trying to figure out in my head how all the pieces fit together. So the Children's Cabinet, is that an executive branch?
Yep, good question. So yes, my direct report is not to the commissioner, it's to the governor.
Okay.
So we are created as part of the executive branch. We have a set of duties and responsibilities that are outlined in KSA 381901, it gives us 7 charges, and it very specifically involves the coordination and collaboration and identifying barriers and gaps in the service system and making recommendations and helping facilitate the delivery of services across multiple funding streams. So we do an annual report from the governing board that was created in statute. It's 9 voting members. 5 are gubernatorial appointees, but no more than 3 can be from a single political party. So it is a very balanced mix. And then 4 are state legislature appointments. So the speaker, the Senate president, and the 2 minority leaders each have a seat on the cabinet they appoint to. And then the 6 ex officio members are state agency leadership. So the commissioner, the secretaries from KDHE, DCF, corrections. We have the Supreme Court, so Justice Wall serves as our designee, the Board of Regents, and I think that's 6, but.
So the work that we do with you guys
Yeah.
is maybe just described as interagency?
We have an MOU that provides the do's and don'ts. There are certain things this agency does not support and certain very specific actions this agency does support. So it helps us stay lean in terms of staffing. So we have this MOU and access the support of the IT department. So when my computer isn't running or I don't know what to do, the IT team, we've become very good friends over the years because I need them a lot. The fiscal division processes all of the payments for us, so that is also a very busy job. We get HR support, so it's the nuts and bolts like that. It's very much appreciated because then it saves me from having to hire staff to carry out those functions. We can focus on the staffing needed to implement programs and support them.
So the 5 million additional going from 52 to 57, is that money you're going to request from the general fund?
No, that's still tobacco settlement. So the endowment has an interesting history. It was designed to be the annual recipient of the fund transfer and build an actual true endowment. It's managed by the Capers management team, so we don't guide the investments that it makes to grow, but it takes to fund our budget at the size it is, we would need $500 million as a fund balance. We have 30 million. So over the history, since inception, since 2000, when the first transfer hit, every single year, there are fund transfers that circumvent statute through budget proviso. The word notwithstanding will allow the legislature to move money where they want to move it. And decisions have been made really in the history every year. There are fund transfers to places other than the key fund. We currently have reduced them to the Attorney General's office gets an annuity from us, a fund transfer that helps with their compliance activities for the legal work that has to be done every year to comply with the master settlement agreement. And the Department of Revenue gets a transfer out every year to fund the oversight for the tobacco sales tracking. So those are legitimate expenses that state agencies incur.
So there's still enough tobacco money coming in to increase that to 57?
Yeah, we're hitting the limit. I think at this point, the next level of recommendations in the future, I think, would be to look at recommendations to the state to supplement funding or to do like $4.2 million of our CIF funding is transferred to Department of Education for the Kansas Preschool program. We love that program and support it, and it's appropriate in terms of our overall blueprint for early childhood.
About at risk or different?
The Kansas Preschool pilot. So That 4.2 million is appropriately being channeled into a preschool program that fits our blueprint for early childhood. But it can't grow because we are limited, we are reaching the outer limits of what we can afford. And we do worry that the future of the tobacco dollars is not a secure future. It's a rough way to fund early childhood programs and depend on.
We don't really know how much longer that's gonna take.
Exactly.
Okay, just
So,
one more if I
yeah.
could, Mr. Chair. We got, I forget how many million we got a few years back to do the statewide survey and develop the statewide plan. So if somebody came to me and said, what did you do with it and what are the results of those millions of dollars? What would be my 30-second elevator speech about how we did?
We're in the process of putting that out there. You can trust that we will have a formal answer to that, but I think we have grown and strengthened our early childhood system. We have put some pieces in place to make it easier to navigate for families, for providers. It is a work in progress, and we have some projects that are underway and not fully implemented yet, but I think by the time this grant wraps up, we will have a lot to be proud of in terms of the growth and change for early childhood as a sector.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Jean?
Thank you. This is such important work, and we can see that there's really so many benefits to be coming out of it. But I was kind of interested. I know at higher levels we've all seen learning loss and loss of students who've somehow disappeared from our schools. I was wondering what the participation rate was in the past few years, whether it had increased or decreased, or what the status was on that.
That's another really great question, the effect of the pandemic on early childhood programs. I know we had to pause our evaluation in the spring of 2020. We suspended it. We normally send, my program director does site visits and works with our evaluation team. So we have partnerships with both Wichita State University to do qualitative analysis and University of Kansas Center for Public Partnerships and Research that does our annual accountability report. And they had to suspend just like everyone else in that spring. And then the next year, the 2020-21 school year, we normally do 3 site visits and take in data from 3 different points in the school year. We reduced it to 2 to reduce that burden. And then I think this year has been a mix. There are programs that have been able to give us 3 points in time, and some that were more challenged. So we've been trying to be supportive and adaptive and help programs stay afloat. I will note that child care was never shut down because of the role it played for frontline workers. So there were guidelines provided, both CDC, state level KDHE guidelines, federal waivers put in place to make it easier for certain certain things for providers that got put on hold, and there were accommodations made to help childcare providers keep their doors open. There was guidance if they needed to close because of an outbreak. We have seen over the course of the pandemic, the number of centers in the state, childcare centers, has remained pretty stable. We have lost several hundred home-based licensed providers, and are really focused on how we can help recruit people and support existing programs and existing providers to maintain care and opportunities for kids.
Well, seeing no other questions, we thank you very much for your presentation. This is extremely important work. We appreciate all you do.
Thanks for the time.
The board will reconvene at 1:30. We're called back to order. The State Board of Education is called back to order. This time I recognize Denise Kaler, but if the people to my left will start paying attention, we'll introduce Denise Kaler, and she is going to introduce the Principal of the Year.
Well, thank you so much. Thanks for letting me do this today. It's my privilege that I get to introduce the 2022 Kansas Principal of the Year, Caleb Smith. So I was checking to see what does it take to become the Principal of the Year, and I looked up and there's this amazing rubric, right? And there's two key areas that they're looking at, and it's culture and it's learning, and this is probably the most in-depth rubric I have seen. So it takes a lot to be the Principal of the Year. So just a little bit about Caleb. He is a principal at Newton High School, USD 373. Prior to this position, he was the assistant principal and athletic director at Valley Center High, USD 262, where he also served as the head football and track coach, as well as an online learning teacher. Did I get all that correct? Okay. He also spent 5 years prior to that at Derby, where he taught history, government, Randy, right up your alley, business, computer, and physical education, as well as coached basketball. Today, we've asked Caleb to briefly share some of the things that he has done in his school to further your vision of Kansas, leading the success of each student. So Caleb, you're up.
Well, thank you. This is a huge honor, and I don't usually get nervous to speak, but after listening to Jim at USA, it's a high level to get to. I talked about the graduation rates, but thank you for having me today. They asked me to talk about how we are doing things to lead Newton or Kansas in success for each student. And I like to say that Newton is leading with the success of each student despite their principal. But we are doing a lot of really cool things, I think, at Newton. Very proud of our staff and students, and have great district leadership as well. So just briefly, since I have 5 minutes, I'll just talk about a few of the things that we've tried to do. I took over at Newton when COVID started, so I accepted actually via Zoom in April, so right after it kind of kicked off there in March. And so it was an interesting first year, but we really focused in on culture and tried to just really develop that family atmosphere that everybody talks about. You know, families preached in every team and school in America, but only some actually live that out. So we've really tried to focus on that initially. But throughout the last year, we've really shifted, still focusing on culture, but also focusing on student learning that is driven by their individual plans of study. And not only we try to take it beyond just doing the matchmaker or doing quizzes to see if your skills fit certain jobs. But we have 2 academies. We have a health science academy and an ag academy. Those are 2 areas of interest of our students that are really high. And they just do an awesome job of relating those 2 subjects to the content. Everything they take, math, science, English, social studies, plus their electives is all related to those industries, so that when they leave us, that they can be very successful. But we've also put an emphasis on determining what your student's success is and how we can help you with that. So whether that's military, being a missionary, tech school, 4-year school, or whatever it may be, we're going to find a way to help you be successful in those areas. So we've shifted a lot of our classes to try to focus in on more choice for students to apply the content to their interests and develop the skills that they need. So we also have, you've probably heard of our CTE programs. We have probably one of the best, if not the best, high school industrial CTE programs. And now we're looking to make our 4-year college-bound CTE programs even stronger for engineering and computer science in health science in those fields. So we're doing a lot of really cool things, but our main focus is student success. And we just have seen great data with our students' post-secondary success the last 2 years of getting into the places that they want to be and having success. So like I said, this is not me. I'm only up here because I'm an awesome superintendent. I have an awesome board and amazing teachers and students in Newton, and proud to be the principal there and lucky. So with that, I'll take any questions, because 5 minutes isn't very long to talk about Newton High School.
We'd have probably given you 6 or 7.
Yeah, it's okay.
Ben?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Congratulations.
Yeah, thank you.
I've had the pleasure of being in your building a lot this last school year. Through some various events as well as there on Gold Day Fun Day. I want to challenge all my board members, if you haven't been to Newton High School on Gold Day Fun Day, you're going to discover that he's really good at Pac-Man. Because you beat all the kids. didn't
No,
you?
they couldn't beat me.
Yeah. And you had a high prize. It was a $50 gift card?
It was just a $10
was
Amazon
$10.
card, but they couldn't figure out those old remotes. The new ones are bigger. So,
But not only that, but touring the CTE programs. I know Ben was mostly on that portion, but the phenomenal work that you guys do at Newton, and it shows in the culture. When you walk into that building, it's a place that people want to be.
yeah.
And it's really sparked a nice culture change into that facility, and I really do appreciate the work and all the stuff that you do. And again, congratulations. I'm very proud of the work that you do.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Jim?
Caleb, congratulations.
Thank
Great
you.
honor. How'd you get picked? Oh, no, excuse me.
I wondered the same thing.
You're, how many years' experience do you have?
This next year will be
As
my-
principal?
As a principal, 7.
Okay. In those 7 years, what's been the biggest challenge that you've had to face?
I'd say the biggest challenge is just our students that come from high poverty, high trauma, and the ability to get them to school, one, and then when we get them there to help them be successful, and just those skills that they're lacking. And that's, at least in Newton, that's been my biggest challenge is helping those students that don't have the support at home that they need.
I think you'd find that to be the universal challenge
Yep.
for principals. My second question, the last one is, you're, again, a young guy, and a tough job. How do we convince other young folks like you to get into the position that you're in? We're having a hard time finding principals.
Yeah. Whew, I don't know if I knew that, I might have a different job.
Well, we can both think of it, and maybe.
I don't know. I think the biggest thing for me is working under great district leadership is important. Anytime you have the support of those above you, that's going to be huge to keep people around. But as far as growing the industry of people in it, it's difficult because it is a tough job. A lot of hours, especially high school principals. There's a lot of extra hours, and I don't have a good answer for that. But I think overall in education, we just need to, we need to talk better about it because there are so many good things. I give a speech on culture about telling your story so others don't tell it for you. And we let too many people tell one negative story to the 20 positives. And so I think all educators need to do a better job of telling the positive stories so that there's not a stigma around being in education, like it's a bad thing. I mean, it's a great thing. It's the best job in the world to help kids be successful. So,
And one of the best things you can do, and I'm glad you're mentioning culture, but climate and culture are essential. You don't get better, you don't have a good place without a positive climate and culture. So thanks
Absolutely.
for doing that.
Yep,
Thank you for taking on the challenge, and congratulations.
Thank you.
I really appreciate the fact that you said the kids come to school with poverty issues, trauma issues, and if we ignore that, they're not ready to learn. And so I really appreciate you referencing that because dealing with those issues helps us deal with their academic issues because it's very difficult to deal with them if they're traumatized. So
Sure. Yeah.
we want to take a couple of pictures. I'm going to invite
Okay.
Ben because he'll take credit for it, no matter what. And Randy.
He photoshops them.
To do this, to make a presentation, and then I'd like the entire board to be in the second picture. So
Okay.
we just meet right there.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, guys.
Well, one thing I really want to appreciate with Caleb is that we're not accustomed to people actually paying attention to their time restraints, so he actually did. That's somewhat unusual. Speaking of that, Jay, welcome.
I was gonna say, you were looking at me when you said that. I'm not really sure how to take that.
Well, you just, I'll make the statement, you can provide whatever interpretation you choose.
Well, thank you, Chair Porter. Thanks to the board for having me on and talking to you today, bringing the ARC's recommendations, the most recent recommendations from the ARC in terms of accreditation. You know, Caleb talked about what a tough job he has. Well, he's a tough act to follow. So, but congratulations to him. And I see a lot of gold, regular gold around the room today. So that's really good. So I could, these next few slides, you all could probably talk amongst yourselves and review these, could come up and present these. But as far as the current accreditation process goes, there are two baseline pieces, aspects of school that need to be in place for accreditation. That's compliance. They need to be in compliance, in good standing with the board in all those areas, and also the 8 foundational structures. They must have those in place through the process. Currently it's a 5-year growth process to work on improving those state board outcomes that this board has set, and that they're doing that through a continuous improvement process. It's not just a year 5 thing, it's an every year continuous improvement process. There are yearly visits by the outside visitation team, and they do submit on a yearly basis. Every system that is seeking accreditation submits system and OVT chair reports. Again, it's a year 5, in the year 5 accreditation year, what the ARC really looks at, in addition to the compliance issues, or compliance factors, hopefully there aren't any compliance issues, but they look at process and growth. And the ARC reviews the documentation submitted by the system and the OVT. They create their own report, and they send that to you all along with the recommendation to the state board. So these are our accreditation definitions. Accredited means, number 1, you're in good standing with the state board, you're in compliance, and you also have shown conclusive evidence of growth in student performance and conclusive evidence of an intentional quality growth process. So compliance, growth, and process. Conditionally accredited, again, means you still must be in compliance and good standing with the board, but one of the 2 others is you've not shown conclusive evidence of either growth in student performance or that you have a quality continuous improvement process in place. Not accredited could be one of 2 things. It could be that you're not in compliance, you're not in good standing. That would be justification for not accredited, or you didn't provide conclusive evidence of student growth and you didn't show evidence that you have a process in place. So these are the 29 systems that we presented to you all last month as receive items. So this is the action portion of my comments with the board today. There are 29 systems that we are presenting to the board today for action on the recommendations by the ARC. So we'll start with Rolla, Elkhart, Fowler, North Lyon County, Barber County North, and Iola. You can see the accreditation recommendations. Graham County, Cedarvale, Chautauqua County Community, Caw Valley, Phillipsburg, Goodland. Belle Plaine, Montezuma, Silver Lake, Sublette, Blue Valley Randolph, and Rose Hill. Riverton, Lyons, Gossel, Hiawatha, Linden, Pike Valley. Troy, Neodesha, Columbus, Hayden Catholic High School, and Wichita, the Archdiocese. So those are all those that were receive items last month and slated for action before the board today. They have all been recommended for full accreditation.
Okay, we had this information last month, and we had opportunity to ask questions at that time, but this is another opportunity to have questions or comments about any of the ones that are being recommended. Seeing none, a motion would be in order. Dina?
I move that the Kansas State Board of Education accept the recommendations of the Accreditation Review Council and award the status of accredited to USD 217 Rolla, USD 218 Elkhart, USD 225 Fowler, USD 251 North Lyon County, USD 254 Barber County North, USD 257 Iola, USD 281 Graham County, USD 285 Cedar Vale, USD 290, 86 Chautauqua County Community, USD 321 Call Valley, USD 325 Phillipsburg, USD 352 Goodland, USD 357 Belle Plaine, USD 371 Montezuma, USD 372 Silver Lake, USD 374 Sublette, USD 384 Blue Valley, and I believe that's Blue Valley Randolph, isn't it? And USD 394 Rose Hill, USD 404 Riverton, USD 405 Lyons, USD 411 Gossel, USD 415 Hiawatha, USD 421 Linden, USD 426 Pike Valley, USD 429 Troy, USD 461 Neodesha, USD 493 Columbus, and Z0029-8572 Hayden, and Z0031 the Wichita Diocese.
Now take a breath, and we thank you for going through all that. Jim McNeese seconds the motion. Any further discussion? If not, all in favor, please raise your hand. All opposed? That motion passes unanimously. And congratulations to those school districts for their accreditation. And now let's move on to the recommendations that we will be voting on next month.
Yes, so that list that Dina just went through will be longer next month. So may need to create more time for this, but these are systems that the ARC last month acted on. And so these are their recommendations from last month. These are receive item districts today as far as their accreditation status. Cheylin, Lakin, northeast of Arma, Cherokee, and Girard, South Barber, Clearwater, Goddard, Elk Valley, Salina, Fairfield, Colby, Golden Plains, Logan, Pleasanton, Newton, Smoky Valley, Caney Valley, Skyline, Cherryville, Leota, Copeland, Harrington, Topeka, and Attica. Brookridge Day School, Bishop Ward High School, St. James Academy, Corpus Christi Catholic School, and the Salina Diocese. And these are receive items Moscow and Liberal as conditionally accredited. The rest of those were all recommended to be fully accredited. So I will stand for any questions about those systems as far as being receive items for this month.
Can you briefly go over the issues of what Moscow and Liberal would need to do to be accredited, fully accredited?
So that will
And
be.
the reason I'm asking is because Liberal was a redesigned school, early on redesigned school, and we visited it, you know, and so I was kind of surprised, but I just like to follow up.
So when you're looking at those three areas, compliance, process, and growth, in Liberal's case, they are working towards being compliant in a certain area. And then the other part was growth in student performance. Those were the areas for improvement identified for liberal.
Okay, and Moscow.
Moscow, their process was the issue. They really did not have goals to work towards. They struggled finding they had multiple leadership changes during that 5-year or 6-year period of time where they were going through this cycle. So they have, to their credit, so they really don't have much in the way of goals, needs assessment, those kind of foundational pieces that you start with at the front end. So to their credit, they've reached out to us already to come out and meet with them to start working through that process.
And I wasn't being critical of the process. I just wanted to understand the rationale.
Sure.
Ann.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Jay, why would you say Stockton's appeal was accepted? Because their results certainly aren't very good.
Well, initially, yes, they were recommended to be conditionally accredited, but through the appeal process, they provide further documentation, and that further documentation was enough for that ARC subgroup to overturn their original recommendation.
I take it Liberal in Moscow didn't appeal.
They did not.
See that.
They did not.
Okay. But I know one other district that we gave conditionally accredited because they had the process, but the results weren't there. Jim and I are both familiar with, and these guys look like they had even worse results. So, districts are going, hey, what about me?
Yeah,
So.
I think when you're looking at, and that's one of the reasons that we're looking at growth in student performance and becoming clear with what that means. But when you're looking at that one-page accountability report, you really have to, right now, you're looking at each of those measures equally, right? So state assessment scores, high school graduation rates, post-secondary effective rates. And if you look at Stockton's post-secondary effective rate, they're outperforming their predicted. So there are some data points that they're very strong in, maybe others that were not. The ones that they were not in, state assessment scores, they provided evidence, local evidence, that showed they actually are growing
Oh, okay.
in that
They had
realm.
some local testing available.
Mhm.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Oh, which reminds, can I have one other? Is Meridazine coming back up for review again?
Yes, we are voting, we have 6 systems remaining of 96, so we're voting this week, the ARC's voting this week. Yep.
Anything else? If not, we'll see this next month. Is that it?
That's
You
it.
stayed well under your time limits too, so.
Right on. Thank you.
And next, we act on licensure recommendations for retired educators. Welcome.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, ladies and gentlemen of the board. I'll get my PowerPoint opened up here in just a moment. All right, so I am Shane Carter, the Director of Teacher Licensure, and today we'll continue our discussion on educator shortage information. This is our agenda. We'll review the received discussion item that we received last month in regards to licensure options for retired educators whose licenses may have expired. I'll quickly cover some retired educator data that I felt I should share with you. We'll move into some regulations review and then discuss the recommended motion in order to license these individuals who may have retired and have an expired license. And then at the end, I'll give you a very, very, very quick update about the Teacher Vacancy Supply Committee and Professional Standards Board Permanent Solutions Working Group. So last month, we did have a discussion about licensee renewal options for retired educators who may have left the field and their licenses expired. Originally, we discussed individuals being in that 5-year time frame that had retired in the last 5 years. We quickly discussed some applications and fees that may pertain to those individuals as far as renewing a license and the need for a fingerprint background check if their license expired and they don't have a current valid clearance on file with us. But at the end of the day, we're trying to find a working solution for them to be able to renew their license without meeting a renewal requirement. And we briefly touched on some retired educator data, but I just wanted to present that to you again so you could see it and ask any questions if you have them. So starting the first set of data up at the top, this is educators reported through the licensed personnel report since 2018 as retired. So the number in parentheses is the number of individuals that have retired. So in 2018, the number was 924. The number went down in 2019, then began to rise in 2020 and 2021. And then we reached our highest point yet of 986 during this past school year. I also wanted to take a look at the data that was reported for this school year and identify individuals that may be in their window to renew or to retire here shortly. So based on the individuals that were reported in the 55 or older age group during last year, there were 5,242 individuals reported as part of that age group, and that's out a total of approximately 43,000 educators reported through the licensed personnel report. And the final set of data I wanted to provide to you are the number of individuals that have retired and then renewed their license in the last 3 years. Once again, number in parentheses is the number of individuals that submitted applications to renew. So 2020, we had 368. That number increased to 484 in 2021. And then the number rose again in 2022 as we had 766 retired individuals renew their license. So pending your questions.
I just want to make an observation. I went to a meeting in a school that I represent, looking at that number of reported educators ages 55 and older. I went to a school and we celebrated a teacher's 90th birthday, and he announced at that time that he had no intention of retiring.
Well, I wish them all the luck to continue on. As far as renewing requirements, I wanted to make sure you knew the requirements to renew a professional license are an option and what we do for retirees now once an individual is retired. So first and foremost, an option that's available for individuals to renew a professional license is based on professional development points. So if an individual holds a master's degree, she or he can renew their license based on earning 120 professional development points during the term of that license. If only a bachelor's degree is held, then that individual must complete 160 professional development points with 80 points earned from college credits. And 1 college credit hour converts to 20 points. So at a minimum, they would have to have 4 college credit hours to renew that license. When an individual retires, we basically cut that requirement in half. So that individual that holds a master's degree would only need 60 professional development points earned during the term of a license. Individual with a bachelor's degree would need 80 points with 40 points from college credit. Once again, 1 college credit hour converts to 20 points, so they would have a 2 college credit requirement to renew that license. And that's for the renewal. So based on our licensing options that we have now, the transitional license is a license that is available for retired educators to renew their license. This particular license is set up for individuals that have an expired license, initial professional license. They don't meet a renewal requirement, then we can issue this license for a school year. So it'd be valid for that 1 school year, and the actual reason it exists is to allow an individual that may have been out of the field to come back in, to be teaching full-time, and then work towards meeting a renewal requirement. And then once they meet the renewal requirement, reinstate that license. Now, there are some particular specifics about this particular license. So, for instance, in order to qualify right now by regulation, their license has to be expired 6 months, and there's also a fee required. Now, based on my recommendation that I'm going to bring up on the next screen, the 2 pieces that we would kind of edit or amend for our retired educators would be if their license is expired, then we would let them qualify for the transitional license, and we would also waive the licensure fee. And then this is the recommended motion.
And this motion is slightly different from the one that was in the packet because it adds the capers, retired from the caper system. Is that?
That is correct, yes, sir.
Okay. Questions, comments, or motion? You certainly may.
This would be an emergency action, only good then through this time frame for retirees. In just a few minutes, Shane's going to walk you through the early stages of, the Professional Standards Board and Teacher Vacancy Supply. They're looking at multiple options for long-term decisions that could impact your regulations as to what to do.
Jean?
Thank you. I did have a question. Do we have any idea of how many retired educators would be willing to step back into the classroom under this?
Yeah, so unfortunately, I don't have a way to collect that data or have a number, so I don't know.
Okay, thank you. I think if we do this, it would be helpful to track that in the future, because I think that's a great idea. Thank you.
I move that the Kansas State Board of Education authorize any person who has retired into the CAPER system after a career of teaching, whose license has expired, to receive a transitional teaching license for the 2022-2023 school year upon submitting an application and successfully passing a KSDE background check.
Thank you. Is there a second to that motion? Jim McNeese seconds that motion, and this does not require a fee?
It does not, no, sir.
Okay. Any further questions? Randy?
I'm just going to clarify for those listening. It does require a fee for the background check. That does not go to us. We are not assigning a fee to the individual for the application.
It's not requiring an application processing fee. So background checks through KBI, we're charged by them to complete that service, so we have to cover that fee.
Okay, I understand that. Anything else? Melanie?
I have a question.
You're next.
Okay.
Thank you, Chairman Porter. Just a point of clarification on the previous slide. It talked about 6 months, and I assume that that is because of CAPERS. Is that correct?
No. So this was actually so the transitional license, it's open to other individuals that may have been out of the profession, not necessarily retired. It was just a requirement for 6 months, because if it hadn't been retired 6 months, the expectation would be that they meet a renewal requirement to renew that license.
Thank you.
Janet?
Okay, I guess I'm confused. Maybe I'm not reading it right correctly. They have to have the background check if they have not
Yes.
had that, but
Yeah. So
so we're taking anyone who has been gone for more than 6 months, so they could be gone for 10 years? I mean, when did we start the background check? I was thinking we started that quite a while ago.
yes. However, once an individual submits a background check or has a license,
Right.
when that license expires, well, let me back up. So when an individual submits an application, they submit their first finger card background check, they're entered into what's called a RAP, the RAP system. KSDE keeps them in the RAP system as long as they have a valid license, because we're charged annually for that service to get updates. If an educator does something, they get arrested or whatever, we get notified by KBI. Once a license expires, we do checks every month to see if an individual's license expired, then we pull them out of that system, because we'll continue to incur charges if we don't remove them, so we have to remove them. So if an individual's license has expired, they've been removed from that system, and we have to get them put back in. And the only way to get them put back in is to get a new fingerprint card and a new fee.
That's one I didn't understand. Okay, then, if we pass this, or if we go this way, then what, I guess this has nothing to do with us giving them one upon retirement, then I guess that would be a whole different animal.
So this will be
Okay,
a temporary.
That clarifies that, thank you.
Anything else? If not, we're ready to vote. All in favor of this motion that's on the screen, please raise your hand. All opposed? That appears to be unanimous. Thank you. Let's talk about the next item.
Okay, so just a quick update on the Teacher Vacancy Supply and Professional Standards Board Working Group. We did hold our first meeting last Friday, so the process was a little slow at first, working through the administrative piece and kind of getting the teams on board and trying to find some workable solutions to present to the board by October. So what we decided as a group, we developed 3 courses of action that we're going to start developing over the next 3 weeks. Meet back, break into small groups, and kind of tackle and build up those products for those 3 courses of action. We have them broken down into a long-term and then 2 short-term courses of action that we'll provide to the board. Without providing too much more explanation, because we're still in our infancy, and I would feel more comfortable after we have a little more substance and it's a little more developed, and I can provide an update about that next month. But that's kind of our plan, and then we'll continue to meet and develop those courses of action until we're ready to present to the board no later than October, hopefully we can get this work done sooner and have a recommendation to you prior to that. But depending on when the school starts, that's going to disrupt our working groups.
Ann?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I had a chance to sit in on the NASB standard article review thing. Thank you, Peggy Hill. Anyway, it's really fun, but I'm reading a lot about what's going on in other states in terms of out-of-the-box thinking, other ways, like apprenticeships and things to get into teaching. Is this the right group here to look at what's going on? Are they looking at things like apprenticeships or other ways to become a quality teacher?
Yep. So those were some of the concerns that was brought up with the group. However, the short timeline that we have with this group, I don't know if that's the appropriate link
No, I mean
for this
not
short
right
term.
now. I mean
But-
long-term though, with these two groups together, or is it just the Teacher Vacancy and Supply Committee, or?
No, so I think they're both will need to be involved, because eventually whatever comes out of some of these meetings, it's going to cause a regulation update or some other type of action that'll have to be filtered through the Professional Standards Board. But I will let you know that Teacher Licensure has been holding meetings with higher ed and our district partners, kind of geared towards, you brought up apprenticeship. Apprenticeship is one. For instance, I had a meeting with the Department of Commerce last week about starting a registered apprenticeship in Kansas. So we're looking to build that, and then there's additional operational strategic planning, if you want, for the collective moving forward as far as getting after recruitment and retention issues. So this kind of all started between the apprenticeship conversation that we were having with higher ed and districts, and then it kind of morphed into something bigger. So there's another group where we have some of that work that you're bringing up ongoing, but eventually I think that's going to have to be filtered back into this group in some manner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
And I think the long term, Betty and I were having this conversation earlier, there is a nationwide movement to take a look at the competency of any skill, engineer, nursing, teaching, and break those into competencies, and then look at how do you acquire the competency. Obviously, going to a traditional teacher prep program would be one way, but then there's multiple ways maybe people validate those competencies. That's a long process, but I think a lot of businesses, a lot of professions are looking at that and trying to break down what are the specific competencies that need to be met to be a professional teacher, elementary teacher, and then how would someone that doesn't go to a traditional pathway show those competencies, show that they have those competencies. But I think that's a long, long process.
Well, it is, but I mean, I'm not sure it has to be, because other states are doing some of these things, and we can learn from them. I remember when another board member who's gone now and I went to the Teacher Vacancy and Supply Committee and said, we'd really like you to look at a different way, like somebody's really good at teaching, and maybe they don't have to take all those college classes, but they could have a peer review and a mentor. And now I'm seeing that all over the place, and we couldn't get them to address it. I'd really like for them to do that. But now it's something a lot of states are looking at. Thank you.
Thank you. Janet?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. When Jim Porter brought up the individual who was 90 and still teaching, I think we need to look at the fact that maybe that we'll give them a permanent license. I mean, I don't see why they should have to continue renewing their license if they've never retired. So we shouldn't just look at the retired people. Surely maybe if they teach past 70, I don't know, certainly 90, but I would certainly encourage that. Thank you.
Yes, and that is something that we're looking at as far as that, our working group, as far as a long-term solution.
I think we'll try to deal with him when he gets to be 100. So.
You think so? I think we can do it by then.
Anything else? We're very interested in these groups, coming back, and I would hope that you can move the time frame up. We want it to be done right and not just fast, but we're very interested in moving forward so we can solve these problems. When school starts, we're gonna have vacancies.
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much.
Great. Thank you.
And now we are going to have a presentation from the Kansas Art Education Association. I believe it's going to be Katie Morris and Elizabeth Madden. Is that correct? Welcome to the State Board of Education. We look forward to hearing from you.
Hi, thank you for having us. Let's see. Oh, perfect. Okay, good afternoon, Chair Porter, members of the board, and Commissioner Watson. My name is Katie Morris, and I have been a Kansas art teacher for 13 years and a board member of the Kansas Art Education Association for even longer, since I was a student at Emporia State. We'd like to thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today. Thank you for having us. My name is Elizabeth Madden. I am finishing my term as president of the Kansas Art Education Association. I have been teaching at Sterling Grade School for the last 18 years and Chase Grade School for 8, and have been a board member off and on during that time for the Kansas Art Ed Association as well. I wanted to remind you that it's summer and I'm a black bear, and bears hibernate in the summer. So my teacher brain is in hibernation, so bear with us today. We presented back in March about this topic of the graduation credit reduction to the task force, and we received lots of positive feedback, and we were very grateful for that support, but there was still some pushback and some negative comments that worries us, and we just wanted to address this with you, and hopefully we can give you some new information. We know you're very knowledgeable in this important topic, but hopefully we can bring you some new things. One concerning statement was, I don't know why we just can't make a decision and stick with it. Well, that was very concerning to our organization. At that time, the task force was also receiving stakeholder surveys. And in the presentation of that, the surveys were stating many surveys said that we do not support the reduction of the fine arts credit. So not only do we need to hear from our stakeholders, we need to take their opinions into consideration as we make these decisions moving forward. We recognize that no one is specifically attacking our organization or our art programs, and we are very grateful for that. We mostly worry about the unintentional negative consequences of a reduction in this fine arts credit. There are lots of good things that come out of our classrooms, and we're going to talk about those specifically, that actually meet your mission statement for the Kansas State Board and the task force. So I'm going to move on to the Kansas Art Education Mission Statement. We are an organization that represents over 300 art teachers in the state of Kansas, current and retired and pre-service teachers that are up and coming. We do provide mentor support for transition to teaching people, so those teacher shortages, we have support for them to encourage people to go into that. This has been floating around, and it's very important to let you, or to help you become aware that we are not just teaching art skills. Art class isn't just about being artists. Kids want to be police officers. They want to be lots of different things. But I can assure you what we teach in our classrooms will help in any aspect of life, whether you're going directly into the workforce after graduation, going to college, or becoming a working artist. Art is a nation's most precious heritage. We agree with that completely. The visual arts are an essential part of a well-rounded education, basic to the needs of all students. We think it's very important to remember that. Okay. So we all know that education has moved far beyond the traditional 3 R's. The 4 C's of creativity, critical thinking, communication, and collaboration have been identified as important 21st century learning skills. Our students need learning skills in addition to specific bodies of knowledge, and art education provides students opportunities to develop those skills. Since the pandemic started, we've been hearing a lot about the need for students to improve their soft skills. Now, we think that soft skills is kind of poorly titled because it makes it sound not that important. But we know that these skills can make or break careers and just kind of make life more difficult for kids if they are weak in these areas. Soft skills include communication, cultural awareness, social skills, teamwork, the ability to identify and solve problems, and more. Fine arts are designed to help build these skills and to help students grow emotionally in ways that some other content areas are not, because we all have different things that we focus on.
The arts are a uniquely human activity. It's literally prehistoric. People have been making art for longer than we've had written language. So I think that shows that it is an important part of our lives. It's estimated that 90% of the information our brains take in is visual. And creating art is a way for students to communicate as well as understand what others are communicating. Visual literacy is all about creating and understanding visuals. And the importance of visual culture to contemporary life makes it more imperative than ever that education includes learning to make meaning of multifaceted visual information and experiences.
So this quote talks about 70% of Americans believe that art unifies us. That is something we need in our world. We need unity, we need to come together. And the art classroom does this in a way that is difficult, if not impossible, in some other subjects. It is addressed in other subjects, but the art, it does it very, very well and in a unique way. The social emotional communication that happens in an art classroom, these two pieces of art are from students of mine at the grade school level. We talked about a famous artist, and then we talked about emotions and feelings and relationships within families, and then they were challenged to create a piece of artwork. The artwork on the left is by a student who has a mom, dad, whole family unit, traditional. The student on the right was in foster care. And you can absolutely see the difference in those two pieces of artwork. And the conversation we had that day in my classroom is not they don't have that opportunity for that kind of outlet in the middle of a math class or learning to read or even on the playground. Now, I do know this student was receiving counseling as well, but it takes several touches for these kids to feel like this new school is a safe place. There are people here that care for me. And then it's just that one person that they open up to, and you don't know where that will be. So providing that art classroom and that opportunity, you just reach yet another student in a different way. Oh, there we go. Okay, art helps kids connect to school, as do any activities. They have better academic achievement, they have higher grades, higher test scores, they have better school attendance, and they stay in school longer, thus they're more productive overall over the course of their career.
I know that some of you were on the board when Kansas did the work to adopt the new visual arts standards several years ago, but I did want to give a little bit of an overview for newer members that might not be as familiar. The purpose of art education is not just to create products. The National Visual Arts Standards are divided into 4 processes for creating, presenting, responding, and connecting. The standards are a little bit more idea-based than some of the older versions, so it gives students a chance to develop artistic and thinking skills, create personally meaningful artwork, share their work, respond to artworks, and connect to their communities, other content areas, and other cultures. Arts education continues to evolve to meet the needs of our students. And when we spoke to the Graduation Requirements Task Force at the end of March, someone asked a question about fine arts courses compared to CTE courses. Several of the high school classes that I teach are actually CTE, and the benefit of having someone trained in visual arts teach those is that I can use both the visual arts standards as well as the CTE competencies. So I put up kind of some examples that I would use for the same class. On the left, there are I can statements that I wrote based on the visual arts standards, and then some of the graphic design competencies are on the right. You can see that the CTE competencies are more technical and design-based, and the visual arts standards, they have a different type of thinking involved. So while there may be overlapping skills between something like a CTE welding course and maybe a sculpture class, they have different goals in mind, and CTE should not replace fine arts classes. The studio habits of mind I always talk about on the very first day of school with all of my grade levels. I teach K-12. And I tell students that I understand they're not all going to grow up and become professional artists. That's not really the purpose of art education anyway. I explained that the studio habits of mind, which were identified as part of Harvard's Graduate School of Education's Studio Thinking Project, these are the most important thing that you're going to get out of an art class. And I give examples. So developing craft, that's all about craftsmanship. doing your best work and working to improve your skills. I can't think of any career where they don't want you to get better at what you're doing, to hone your skills. Engage and persist means that you keep going even when things are challenging. You learn to not give up and work through struggles. Envision is about picturing the next steps in your process. So whether you are putting together an engine or preparing a meal, you need to be able to think through that process and know what's coming next. Express is about communicating a message, and we know that communication skills are more important than ever. Observe is more than just ordinary looking. It's careful attention to details. Reflect, thinking about your work, how you can improve, what maybe you want to do differently next time. Stretch and explore, pushing yourself to go beyond just what's easy and to learn new things. And then understanding art worlds is about being part of the community, understanding how things are connected, and how art is part of our lives. So that one might not be related to every career, but it is definitely related to quality of life. Arts courses are a great place to provide students an opportunity for divergent thinking. In many general education courses, there's one correct answer for students to find. In visual arts classes, divergent thinking is developed and encouraged. So I know that last month the music educators shared some information with you about the correlation between academic achievement and music classes, and the same is true for other fine arts disciplines as well. So we already touched on soft skills developed in arts courses and the fact that helping kids feel engaged in school is associated with lower dropout rates. But we haven't mentioned yet that art education is also associated with better academic outcomes across multiple content areas. We believe that the benefits of a strong visual arts education are enough to stand on their own. However, learning in the arts also helps develop reading, language, and math skills. Many studies have also shown a positive correlation between enrollment in arts courses and creative and critical thinking, as well as problem-solving skills.
Okay, so we've talked a lot about what's happening in the classroom and the education side of it. Now we're going to talk about the career side. The arts are career preparation. Regardless of what career choice, they will prepare you for that. The task force had some case study examples. This student is a hypothetical student, Jocelyn, who wants to become a doctor. And she feels as though her PE and arts credit are holding her back from achieving that goal. We have some case studies that will counteract that, and it shows that at Yale, they required their pre-med students to take a museum observation course where they learn to observe their patients more clearly. They empathize with them in a different way. They learn to observe what's happening with their patient, because you may have a patient who's nonverbal, whether they're unconscious or unable to speak, and then there's things that your patients don't tell you. So using that art class, they help their doctors become more prepared for that. There's also studies that show that dentists and surgeons do not have the fine motor skills that they need to perform intricate surgeries. The art classroom has some of the same tools that you would use within your dental field for molds and creating those kinds of things. So that doesn't really apply. And then that takes us into the art careers in Kansas. In Kansas, in 2019, there were about 45,000 art careers. That may not seem like a huge number compared to our whole state, but that's approximately the size of the city of Salina. That's a lot of careers. And not everyone will go into an art career, and there are some that start right after high school. You could become a florist, you could go to college, but it will also help you in any career, whether it is not a specifically art field. The financial impact. In 2019, the arts contributed $4.6 billion to the state revenue in Kansas. In comparison, $6.9 billion came from construction. Those are pretty comparable numbers, and it's a pretty significant contribution.
We did want to touch on some obstacles that we are currently facing or could be facing. So we all know there's been an increasing teacher shortage. You guys just talked about that a little bit ago. The arts are no different than any other content area when it comes to open positions. So we're doing our part as an organization by providing support and encouragement to pre-service art educators, providing mentorship and professional development to those going through transition to teaching programs, or maybe they're changing subjects. And then we're also trying to encourage promising students to consider becoming art teachers. But part of the problem is that if programs are reduced or cut, which could happen if the lost my words there, sorry, the fine arts credit is reduced, it makes it appear that the arts are an unsafe career choice. It's already a struggle to get enough students to go into education in general. And I remember even when I was considering, well, I mean, I decided I was going to be an art teacher and stuck with it, but I had some people who almost tried to talk me out of it. Like, are you sure that's safe? You know, the arts are always the first to be cut. So that adage has been around for a long time, and I feel that reducing that graduation requirement could kind of add to that perception. Another thing just to consider, because I heard you tell the music educators last month you like to, be aware of problems that could come up. Some high school classes are designed to be semester long, designed to be half credits, but a lot of districts are set up with year-long arts courses. And since most art courses are sequential, where they build upon previously learned skills, that can cause some challenges. If the graduation requirement is changed to a half credit and classes are designed to last a full year, there will obviously be more students who only take one semester. And if a student only gets half of a course that's intended to be a full year, their learning is going to be incomplete. Additionally, if students switch into a course halfway through, they've missed half of the intended instruction and they can struggle to keep up with others. So it's like starting a brand new book or movie halfway through and you don't know what happened in the first half of it. So those are some things to keep in mind as well. So last spring, I did ask my students, why do you think it's important for people to take an arts class in high school? And this is what one of my freshmen at the time said. Art classes aren't just for art majors or people who plan on it being part of their career. It's important and a good idea to take at least one art class in school so that you can learn things you wouldn't otherwise. Also, if you've never tried it before, then how can you decide whether or not you like it? Sometimes I have students who are really hesitant at the beginning of the year. They don't think they're an artist. They don't think it's for them. But then by the end of the year, when they've been able to try new things, they find that, yeah, everyone can be an artist and everyone can get something out of it. So I'm glad that they have sometimes a little bit more encouragement than they might want to take that class. They would be hesitant and they can discover something they didn't know they were good at.
Okay, so in closing, I hope today that we brought to your attention some of the many ways that art is impactful and how we meet your mission statement, what we do in our art classrooms. Some members of the task force stated they do not believe a reduction in the fine arts credit will have a negative impact on students and art programs. While we believe their intentions are good and the task force is looking out for all students, we just respectfully disagree. Today, we shared with you countless benefits of the art education provides to all students, not just future artists or college-bound students. Art education benefits all, and a reduction to the credit requirements will lead to the loss of important learning opportunities. As a representative of the Kansas Art Education Association, we do not support reducing or eliminating the fine arts credit requirements for Kansas students at this time, and we hope that we can gain your support in maintaining our current art credit requirements in Kansas. Does anybody have any questions that we could answer for you?
Yes, Ann.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Okay, so I totally get everything you said. I took 4 years of music in high school. Don't have to convince me. Music was fun. I still never took any visual arts. But here's what I'm struggling with. Okay, like my granddaughter. By the time she gets out of middle school, I've had 2 years, full years of visual arts and 2 years of music. She knows if she likes it. She knows if she wants more. And I'm not sure why I should make her take another credit in high school when she's already had the experience. I mean, the idea is you want the kids to have the experience, right?
Sure.
And so that's what I'm struggling with. I kind of think if they've taken a couple years of fine arts in middle school, we don't need to make them take one in high school.
That's a great question. I would like you to consider how many schools don't have art teachers at the elementary or junior high level. So in many cases, since it's not a fine arts requirement in the elementary and junior high level, there aren't teachers that are teaching that. So something that's not funded isn't taught. And that's what we worry will happen if this moves forward. So your granddaughter's fortunate. She's had that opportunity, but many students in the state of Kansas have not. And their first opportunity will be in high school because it is a required
Right,
requirement
I get
then.
that, I'm just saying that if they didn't have the experience in middle school, okay, you have to take one in high school, but if you did have multiple experiences in middle school, just like algebra, if you take algebra in 8th grade, you don't have to take it over again in high school, you get that high school credit and you move on.
Well, since you used the example of algebra, yes, you don't take algebra multiple times, but you do take the next math classes. And we're not teaching the same things in high school art classes that we are in middle school. There may be some overlapping processes, but there are different standards and you're gonna have different curriculum. And we were discussing at lunch that, sometimes students need to take how did you word that?
We need to teach students what they need to know, not just what they want to know. At the high school level, there would be a whole bunch of opportunity for different art mediums and things that they're not available, that aren't safe for the younger kids, and the critical thinking that develops as they become high school students. They're going to see things, they're going to see the world differently, and taking that class as an older student is going to be a lot different than what they're learning at the junior high or grade school level.
Of course, I don't want to keep going back to visual arts, because fine arts is, you can get your fine arts credit and never touch paintbrush, so.
Absolutely.
Anyway, I think it's something to consider that, if you have multiple experiences in middle school, maybe we let that count.
Well, the one credit is only, I think we calculated, it's 6% of your overall high school requirement.
for the
So
state.
it's still one credit, not a significant, not a big, huge burden to place on any student in any one subject matter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. I don't see any other questions, so we thank you very much for your presentation.
Thank you.
Joyce.
Ann, better come up to the mic here, right? And I like your point. I think you make a very legitimate point, and kind of to help ease my presenters as well, maybe, that is a decision that's made by the board in the end. If you can transfer or use a middle school, is that correct? I think use a middle school credit for a high school, yeah. So that's kind of out of the hands of the teachers, but I think it's a really good point, and personally, I would support it. But, I'm not there to do that right now, so. But I did want to make a point there that I think it is a good point, and it's a decision that maybe the board will consider someday. Thank you.
Thank you. We are in recess till 2:50. We saw the proposed amendments for the emergency safety intervention regulations that Scott and others have been working on now for months or years. And so this is an action item. Scott?
Thank you, Chairman Porter, members of the board. I have not seen or received any questions since last month, so I assume you have none. But if you have any, I'm more than happy to answer them.
This is kind of a continuation of the Emergency Safety Intervention Task Force that we did, I guess, 7 years ago, right after I first got on the board, and Betty Arnold was a member of that board at that time, representing the Wichita School District. So I have no questions, and I want to thank you for your work, and I would entertain a motion to approve. Melanie?
Thank you, Chairman Porter. I move that the Kansas State Board of Education authorize the Kansas State Department of Education to submit the proposed amendments to KAR 91-42-1 and 91-42-2 through the formal regulatory adoption process.
Is there a second to that motion? Betty seconds that motion. Any further discussion? If not, all in favor, raise your hand. All opposed? It appears that the motion carries unanimously. I appreciate your brevity.
Thank you all very much.
Beth. Is Dr. Fulton here? Yes, yes. Now we're going to talk about assessment cut scores in math. My favorite subject.
I'm on here. State Board members and Commissioner, thank you for allowing us the opportunity to come to you this afternoon. As you're probably aware, both state and federal law require KSDE to administer standards-based assessments in ELA and math annually to all students in grades 3 through 8 and once in high school. Additionally, Kansas law requires a review of academic standards at least every 7 years. Both ELA and math standards were last reviewed during the school year 2016-17. Math revisions were adopted by the State Board in August of 2017, and ELA revisions were adopted that November. In ELA and Math 3-8, the standards review and revisions were deemed to be minimal, and changes to the state assessments were not required. However, grade 10 math standards changed significantly, and the psychometricians at both KU and our Kansas Technical Advisory Committee determined that the 2015 assessment no longer met the standards assessment alignment. New work began immediately in the fall of 2017 to develop a new grade 10 math assessment. As I've previously shared, the process usually takes about 3 years. The original plan was to develop a new grade 10 math assessment and administer it spring of 2020. Unfortunately, because of the pandemic interruption, we were not able to administer the assessment until spring of 2022. As a brief review, today is another step in the assessment process that began in 2017, when you as the State Board of Education adopted revised grade 10 math standards. KSDE staff worked with the AAI content and test development staff at the University of Kansas to develop an assessment blueprint. That's the map that outlines what should be taught, what should be tested over the standards. And then the content experts at KU, along with math teachers across the state, began the task of writing new items. The items were written, and then after they were written, they go through a process of multiple edits and reviews. That's checked for alignment. We have teachers review the items, and we also have teachers review to make sure that they're equitable for all students. The items were then field tested in 2019. The forms were built, and the test was ready to administer in 2020. The grade 10 math assessment was not actually administered for the first time until this past spring. So although we had a test, we administered the test, and we were able to score the test, we were not able to release the student results to students, parents, or schools. That's because we don't release raw scores, right? That would be the percent correct. That's not the way we work in large-scale assessments. Everything's based on a scale and performance levels. So today, we're taking you through that next step of the process where Dr. Kingston will explain to you how we go through that, that very, very intricate process of setting performance levels and cut scores so we can then release the scores to the students, schools, and parents. This time I would like to introduce Dr. Kingston to you. He should be a familiar face to most of you. He's a distinguished professor at the University of Kansas. He's the director of the Achievement and Assessment Institute, called AAI, and he's the lead for all the state assessments in Kansas. We've had the pleasure of partnering with Dr. Kingston since the fall of 2006 when he came to the University of Kansas. Dr. Kingston will walk you through the process used to set the performance levels and cut scores. Then next month, we'll come back to you and ask for your approval. After receiving your approval, University of Kansas AAI will release the student scores, and then we'll be able to finish looking at the assessment results.
Well, welcome.
Thank you. And thank you, Chairman Porter, members of the board, Commissioner Watson. As Beth said, it's been a while since I've been before you, but I'm happy to be before you again. It does seem I'm always talking about standard setting, so you may get tired of that topic. In fact, when I first came to the University of Kansas in 2006, the first thing I did related to a program was observe a standard setting. So back in a full circle on this. Where do I, how do I move this?
That's because the attorney didn't need a PowerPoint, so.
Oh, those attorneys.
There you go.
No, not that.
I think enter. There you
Okay,
go. Okay.
the down arrow did work. You've already been provided with some background, so I'm not going to go over this and spend extra time on that. The only point that I want to make is that the changes, just to give you an example of what the changes for the 10th grade test were 9 new skill and concept categories were added, 7 categories were removed. Some of the newly added skill and concept categories included things like factoring of higher degree polynomials, identifying that some polynomials are prime, solving equations in one variable and giving examples. So that's the kind of flavor of the change in spread of where the standards were at grades within Kansas. We developed one test form with 56 items. It takes 2 sessions to administer. Each session takes about 1 class period, but the test is untimed. The idea is to give students as much time as they need, but to also make sure we respect the realities of the school day so that people can plan around that. The first step in standard setting is to create performance level descriptors, referred to as PLDs, and use a research-based standard setting method in order to take those PLDs and translate them into the score needed on that form of the test. We asked trained panelists to recommend 3 cut scores for grade 10 mathematics test. It's important in doing this to use a research-based method that has a history behind it that's been validated, shown to be able to create good defensible standards, because all of this has to undergo peer review by the U.S. Department of Education. These are the achievement level descriptors, the PLDs that we used. They're high-level descriptors. At level 1, a student shows limited ability to understand and use the skills and knowledge needed for post-secondary readiness. At level 2, that becomes a basic ability, then an effective ability, and finally an excellent ability. And the process of standard setting is to take those general terms and to create something very specific out of them. But to guide the panelists, the participants in standard setting, this is where we start. So the expectations for math grade 10 were similar to the previous version of the test. The 2017 grade 10 math standards are intentionally rigorous by design. All Kansas standards are intentionally rigorous by design. While the new test blueprint required new achievement standards to be set, the achievement expectations did not change. Again, we're expecting high standards of our students. The goal of the standard setting was to maintain the rigor as previously set, and thus we did not expect a dramatic change in the percent of students at each performance level. We used a method called the bookmark method. It was the method we previously used to set performance standards in English language arts in grades 3 to 8 and 10, and math in grades 3 to 8 and 10, and science in grades 5, 8, and 11 in the last standard setting round we did in 2015. So we use that same method now in math. In doing the bookmark method, the main thing that is done to make the task easier for the panelists to come to agreement, because we want to form a consensus with all of the panelists, is we order the test content in difficulty order to make it easier for them to decide where that cut should be. Instead of scattering the items in whatever order they might have appeared in the test or any other order, when people first have to figure out how difficult is this item, so that's where I'm going to set it. Well, it turns out 100 years of research have shown us, the more expert you become at something, the more difficult it is for you to judge how difficult it is for someone who's just learning for the first time. Once you've become expert enough, it all seems easy to you. And I've dealt with that phenomenon throughout my career at various times, and that's why methods like the bookmark method of standard setting were set up to make this a more reasonable task. So we set up our book, our ordered item set, and each page here represents a test item, and the challenge is going to be for each panelist to place a bookmark at what they think differentiates the students in level 1 from level 2 from 3, and 3 from 4. Specifically, we ask the panelists to review the items in this ordered sequence and determine where a borderline student who is just on that line between, for example, level 2 and 3, where 2/3 of the group of such students would get it right. That's part of that looking for rigor in there. We want to be fairly certain that that borderline student is going to make it into that next category, that higher category. So we did this using a Zoom meeting. Back in the old days, standard setting was a face-to-face process. One of the things that we learned through the time of COVID, not just we here in Kansas, but across the country, is there are a lot of things that we used to do in fairly expensive manner by bringing lots of people together into one place, that we could achieve good results doing this virtually. And we had done this previously, a virtual standard setting meeting with KELPA, and so we were ready to do it again for 10th grade math. The virtual meeting occurred over a day and a half. We used Zoom. I think most of you are familiar with Zoom, or at least have heard of it if you haven't used it yourself. And Moodle, which is a learning management system. It's a way of putting content or information in front of learners of any kind, including learners who are teachers sitting on a standard setting panel. And so we implemented that bookmark method virtually. And 12 educators worked together to set each of the 3 cut scores.
May I
We have a
interject?
question for Betty.
Oh, thank you, Chairman Porter. Yeah, you first started out and you were showing 4 categories?
Yes.
And then now we're at 3. Can you help me understand why you start off with 4 and why we now have 3?
So 4 categories requires 3 cut scores to create the 4 categories. So as we look in this ordered booklet over here, if we put 3 bookmarks in there, that will divide the first group, a second, a third, and the fourth group is everyone who comes after that last bookmark that you placed there. So 3 cut scores yields 4 standards, or 4 categories.
Okay.
Thank you for that question. So this is the distribution of panelists. We sent out communications via the KSDE listserver to invite educators from across the state to participate in the standard setting event. Those interested in participating responded to a survey which asked them about their availability to participate in a virtual event in June, in addition to their background, experience, and demographic information, which also was provided in response to that survey. Using this information, we were able to tentatively select interested educators and provide them with more specific dates for the panel meeting. And once interested educators had these more specific dates, they were asked to confirm their participation. In total, 39 educators responded to the interest survey, and 15 selected and confirmed their intent to participate. The number of 15 was decided in collaboration with the Kansas TAC, so that we'd have a sufficient number of educators to make sure different perspectives were on the table. These 15 educators were selected to have a mix of new and experienced teachers, teachers from different geographical regions of the state, different districts, and as much diversity as possible. Another key criterion is considered during panelist selection is their previous experience with the Kansas Assessment Program, such as participating in CAP item review and previous standard settings. In the week before the standard setting meeting, while the advanced training was taking place, using that Moodle learning management system I mentioned a moment ago, 3 educators declined their participation due to personal or family emergencies. 2 more backup educators were contacted, but had conflicts and could not participate, leaving us with a group of 12 who did participate. The panelists were about 85% female, which is similar to the national percent of high school math teachers. Also, the standard setting panelists had similar years of teaching experience to the national average. More than 40% had 15 or more years of teaching experience. 50% of the participants were from rural districts, and 50% were for suburban and urban districts. Two main activities were conducted. Panelists were provided with that advanced training and their assignments, and then we had the virtual standard setting meeting. And finally, and really as part of that meeting, there was what is called an articulation process, that is to make sure that there is consistency across the system of standards so that one test doesn't just stand on its own. One of the problems that occasionally occurs, I'm happy to say I have not seen it happen in Kansas. But when I was, before I came to the University of Kansas, working with another state on their standard setting, I saw one where there was a very strong personality on one group at one grade level that led to those standards being totally out of line with every other grade level. That doesn't make sense. That's not a good thing. Modern standard setting now makes sure there's that articulation process to make sure that the system as a whole makes sense. So the panelist advanced training included a combination of synchronous, real-time, and asynchronous activities. Panelists can do it whenever they wanted to, as long as it was before the actual virtual standard setting meeting. They did this with Moodle in advance of the standard setting meeting. There were 2 main parts of the advanced training. We created training videos, a quiz, and a confidentiality form, and then 2 assignments. They had to take the operational test themselves. There's nothing like taking a test to get a real appreciation of what's on there and to try to put your head in the head of a student who's taken that. And I already told you that's really difficult for an expert to do. Teachers find it hard to remember, especially for the younger grades, what it was like to learn math or English language arts as a 3rd grader. A little bit easier with high school math for math teachers, but still a challenge, so we have them take the test. And they review the draft threshold performance level descriptors. The panelists were required to complete all parts of the advanced training in order to participate in the virtual training. So at the virtual standard setting meeting, this is the process that was gone through. There was a discussion of the tests and the performance level descriptors. There was a practice round. It was just done for that level 3 cut, the cut between levels 3 and 4. And then a review of the ordered item booklet and a poll to see that everyone felt they were ready to start the standard setting. Round 1, placement of bookmarks occurred in breakout rooms, and then there was a discussion in those breakout rooms. After you receive feedback as to what is the variability in your group of people, you get another chance. You get round 2, where you can decide. You don't have to change what you did. Even if you were an outlier, you don't have to change your judgment. But you get an opportunity, having had discussion now, oh, this is why I thought the cut should be 3 items higher or 3 items lower. And now the teachers have the second round, and they get to discuss that second round. Well, I didn't change my opinion because my opinion still is exactly what it was before. Students need to be able to do this. 2/3 of the students at that cut better be able to do this. Well, I think my experience, and that discussion goes on. And finally, there's the final placement of bookmarks in that process. I mentioned before, this just barely student concept. We're looking for the student who just barely gets classified into that particular performance level. You know, it gets harder and harder the closer you are to any cut score in anything, the harder it is to determine how good is good enough, but this is what we require of the participants in standard setting. And that's the activity that they're doing leads to that definition. Going a little bit deeper into the bookmark placement process, in round 1, based on the test content, the threshold PLDs in small groups, in having those discussions, that's where they placed the round 1 bookmarks. Round 2, the individual judgments were considered in terms of the panel as a whole, and impact data was provided at the end. If this is where you put the cut, these are how many students would be in that, what % of students would be in that category. Does that feel right? Does that seem right from your experience? My experience is typically impact data does not make for massive changes in the cut scores that were determined based on the judgments of the difficulty of the concept and where that should go, but it is an opportunity, a reality check. Oh, I can't ask you to speak.
Oh. Okay, just in looking at the panelists, and you were saying, I guess it ended up being a smaller group. Help me tie this in, because it is my understanding that the larger your sample might be, the greater accuracy you might get. So when I'm looking at such a small group to make this determination, I get a little turned around there, because it seems like you've almost assured maybe these the turnout or the results.
I don't think so, but let me address the first part of what you brought up. Historically, standard setting has frequently been done with even smaller groups than what we talked about, groups of size 6. The field as a whole has come to believe that is too small. You just can't get the multiple views that we need with a group of that size. The recommendation of most experts is the size range that we were in. One of the things that allows you to do, because there's a dynamic that goes on in standard setting, group members talk to each other, share information with each other. It's good to have that breakout that I just described, where you have one group with, let's say, 6 people in it doing this, and replicating that with another group with a different 6 people, and you see how similar or different their results are. To the extent that the results of the individual groups, influenced by the dynamic of the group, are different, that raises a warning sign. We didn't have that warning sign. So I'm pretty comfortable with the size that we have, but it is absolutely true what you said. The larger the group, the more accurate the decision will be as a reflection of the values of that large group. But there's a law of diminishing return, and the field as a whole seems to think, yeah, about a dozen to 15 is a good compromise in setting that number.
And so you vary that, that's where you looked at rural, urban.
Yeah, within the 12 people, we had a diversity of folks.
Okay, and so that was weighted when you determined who came from?
Yes.
Okay, okay.
All within the context of we only had 39 volunteers, so we were limited in how many choices we could make. One of the challenges that testing programs, in fact, that education broadly is facing right now is it is more and more difficult to get teachers to participate in extra activities. The fact that we had 39 volunteers for just one subject, you had to be a high school math teacher, is good, but 5 years ago, we probably would have had a much larger group of people who volunteered, and thus more choices that we would have been able to make. So, now I'm going to throw a technical term at you all, but you don't have to worry about it. Scaled thetas. So, there's a lot of high-level math underlying testing and measurement, psychometrics, that's the technical side of testing. And theta is a technical term for our best estimate of the unobservable proficiency of people. I just threw a whole bunch at you right over there. I'm sorry for having done that at all. Basically, the scale that we start with and that we know we don't want to present to teachers or parents or anyone else has some fairly arcane properties to it. We need to convert it to a scaled score. We need to eventually get to something. But we need to do it, and the reason we use this theta score, it's the most accurate way of scaling the difficulty of the items, of really knowing how much more difficult one item is than another. It's a more accurate method than just taking % who answered it correctly. And that's particularly important because sometimes, that's not the case in our particular test, but it's why the field moved in this direction. Sometimes different children take a different set of items, and you still have to put them all on the same scale and treat them equally. So thetas and what's called item response theory allow you to do that. But this is the only time I'm going to show you those numbers, that negative 0.42, for example. Negative numbers just blows everyone's head. You're talking about the proficiency of my child and they're a negative 0.42? What the heck does that? It's a normal curve, a normal like curve. It isn't necessarily a normal curve. The data itself determines what the distribution looks like. Centered at 0 and having a standard deviation of 1. What the heck does that mean? It means that we can turn it into something that has more meaning, and so that's what the scaled theta is. We get rid of the negative numbers, we put them into integers so we can get rid of the decimal places, and this still isn't what we're going to report to anyone, but it's the mechanism that allows us to take the judgments of teachers, where they place that bookmark in the bookmark method, and then translate that to a reported score. And so finally, what we have, and this is what matters, and this is what parents and students and teachers are familiar with, we have a reporting score that we use for our assessments in Kansas. And so that first cut score between level 1 and level 2 is at a score of 273. So 273 will be the first score that puts you into level 2. Anything less than that, you're in level 1. And 300 will be the score that puts you into level 3, and 329 will be the score that puts you into level 4. So those are the numbers that actually matter. This is based on the judgment of teachers about what the barely in the category student ought to know translates to in terms of the scores that we wind up reporting. I'm going to pause for a second to let you all think about that, and if you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them. Okay. I've told you before, the last thing that we do is the articulation process. All 12 panelists participated. They have the ability to recommend adjustments to the cut score if they think that there is something that doesn't make sense in terms of all of the other grades and subjects. This just stands out as being something different. Panelists did not make any adjustments to the cut scores during the articulation process. They thought this made sense, what we did. We've seen no evidence that raises any questions about the appropriateness of these particular cut scores. And so this looks exactly like the last slide that you just saw. The final cut score recommendations, the recommendations to you as a board are that the scores of 273, 300, and 329 be used as the lowest scores in each one of these categories. Everything that's below a 273, that's what goes into level 1. We then asked the panelists for their thoughts about the process as a whole. Were they willing to stand behind this process? How did they feel about it? Did we provide them with the right direction to do the kind of job they needed to do this well? All panelists agreed or strongly agreed that the panel's recommended cut scores were reasonable, appropriate, and defensible, 100%. We couldn't have done any better in terms of those criteria. I was pretty pleased. I would have been surprised if we were below 90%, but I'm pretty pleased for that. Overall, they felt good about this. The majority of panelists agreed or strongly agreed to statements about the effectiveness of various aspects of the meeting procedures, including the advanced training and assignments. So you see that range 75 to 100%. We had several questions about the meeting procedures, about the advanced training and assignments. The lowest that we got that high level affirmation for was 75%. For some of the questions, 100%. Welcoming and orientation between 83 and 100% across the set of questions that we asked. The bookmark placement process, 75% to 100%. Group discussion, 83 to 100. Articulation, 92 to 100. And the use of technology to conduct a virtual meeting, that was one that, because even though we've done it before and some other states have done it, it's still relatively new. I was particularly interested in seeing what those results were going to look like. I feel pretty good about those percents. But it's that first bullet that, to me, is the main one we have to focus on. 100% feel that reasonable, appropriate, and defensible cuts were set by this process. We also had qualitative feedback from the panelists. I'm just giving you a couple of examples. I enjoyed the collaboration and understanding this process better. Thanks for the experience, and I hope to serve on future panels. And another panelist said, I thought the process was very well managed and provides a reasonable result based on a variety of professionals across the state who are in the classrooms with the students who are being tested. And any questions, I'd be happy to answer.
Going back to the, go back to the cut score page.
This.
Yeah. What's the range? What's the highest score you can get?
Now I'm going to forget. Do you remember, Beth? I think it's 380, but I'm not positive. I think it's 380.
I have three questions. That was the first. And the second one, is this a similar process when we set the cut scores to all the other assessments?
Yes.
That we do? Okay, and that leads to my third question.
Can I give one caveat to my yes?
You certainly can.
The process is the same. The previous ones were not virtual, they were in person.
Okay.
Everything else was the same.
We set the highest cut scores in the nation. We are beaten up across the street all the time because of that. And I just, and I get constant feedback that, yeah, I realize that there's a consequence to changing, because that is, you lower the standards just to show better results. Well, you lower the standard, it is going to show better results. And if I remember correctly, we set the scores where we were because we wanted to make sure that we were accurately communicating with parents. If you are in a 3 or a 4, you are ready to move forward to the next stage of your life at an academic level. So I understand all that. I don't know that I have a question with that. It concerns me that we are perceived as not being successful by those people that want to criticize public education because our test scores are in fact the highest in the nation. Now, I'm sort of proud that they are, but I'm also very aware of the fact that that there are those that are using that against us. I don't even know what I'm asking.
If I can respond even
Oh,
without a
please.
question, I'd be happy to do so. It's often said that standard setting is a policy decision with data to support it. It's not a data decision. Policy is where it starts and ends. So it's up to you as a board to answer those questions. What do you want these standards to represent? How much rigor do you want? The opposite problem of what we in Kansas face has existed in many other states, where their students on their state assessment, given where they have set the standards, look like everything is wonderful, life could not be better. And then the state participates in the National Assessment of Educational Progress. Or then employers are talking about the skills of the kids who are coming out of the schools and not meeting their expectations. And then they get slammed for that. So there is no easy answer, and I'm glad I'm not on this board so that I don't have to make these kinds of decisions. But you are bound on both sides by challenges in interpretation. The only thing that I suggest, and I believe the department has been doing this all along, but it doesn't necessarily have the impact that one likes, is make sure that the public and the legislature knows and understands the rationale for why it was chosen to have very rigorous standards.
Okay, thank you. Ann?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for presentation. That's really helpful. So do you think when this group got together, did they have a goal of setting them highest in the nation again?
I don't believe the goal ever was, let's set them for the teachers on the panels, ever was, let's set them as the highest in the nation. The goal was to take the policy level descriptors and translate them into test scores in a general context, but not something that I believe was stressed at all in the standard setting process, of other sources of evidence are consistent with where we wound up at the end of the process. For example, the NAEP scores.
Well, I know that we know, and I think it's, now I don't remember if it was math or English, but let's say it was math, that we have quite a few students in level 2 who are getting college-ready ACT scores, which means we set that one too high. So did you guys go back and take a look at that data when they set the difference between 2 and 3?
I believe we retrospectively looked at that when the original do you want to address that?
And I might,
That was EL, that was English language
was
arts.
language
The
arts.
math,
It's close.
the math all the way across was spot on. Yeah.
Okay.
So the
type of question then we would have had in the bookmark, we would have left about the same place.
I'm not surprised, since we started with the same policy level descriptors, that we wound up in a similar place. But I would not describe that as we intentionally told everyone we're looking to set the highest standards in the nation. It wound up that way. I'm not surprised it wound up that way. It starts with the policy descriptors. They're called policy descriptors because they're supposed to be leading with the policy that one wants to have.
Well, you said one of the last things you did was take a look at the scores that came out and what percent would be in each level. So what percent's in each level?
I don't have that information with me now. I don't know if you want to address this, or I can.
Next month.
Soon they'll be coming out.
Before we vote next month?
Yes, you'll have seen them before the vote. I'm pretty sure of that. Again, I'm looking for assistance on this.
well, we can share that with you, but that's going to give you a biased. I mean, you're going to have a bias then is where you want to put those scores, because you're going to play with them based upon what you want to see
Yeah. Well, I
at
don't
what
think
level.
I don't think
What
any of
this
us
was
to play
set
with
at
them,
was the
'cause we don't
teachers were
know.
trying to identify what is the level which you are academically ready in mathematics at grade 10 to be equivalent to that college and career mark?
Well, I mean, I can go with what the experts want. I just want to be ready for the fallout if there is any. Because, I mean, I'm not going to say, well, dang, it ought to be a 268 because I don't even know what that means. You know what I mean?
I just
So-
think that's always the danger when you start looking at that.
Yeah.
So the process we've historically followed is to bring you the recommendation from the panel, and then next month before you vote, we'll show you how that actually falls out with the percent of students at each category. So it's a risk, right?
Yeah, but we know everybody took a hit. I mean, I was looking at one of the private schools that we approved today, and they had they didn't have anybody in 4. Not a single kid. And they had 40 or 50% in level 1. And that's those private schools we hear about all the time. So, you know, I just think we ought to know. Everybody took a hit in math.
Yeah, we're adults, we can handle whatever you give us. Michelle?
Thank you, Chairman Porter. It's actually Dina. Her thing's not working, so it's going to be.
Well, I'm sorry, we can't transfer. Go ahead, Dina.
Well,
After Betty.
there are some folks who have already heard my concern. But as a liaison to the legislature, I have seen these folks say level 1, level 2 are failing. Level 3, level 4 are passing. So my concern is they're used to a 5-point scale. We're doing a 4-point. There's nothing anywhere that indicates what grade level really is, which a 5-point scale used to look at the 3 as grade level, where you'd hope everyone would be. And that is what we're getting beat up on, is that anything below level 3 is not passing. So what my concern is, we have no information to tell those folks across the street that part of level 2, this part of level 2, and this part of level 3 equal that in between, that grade level where we hope everyone would fall. So what can I guess from a point of view of being able to help legislators translate the scores you're showing into something that makes sense to them. So they're not reporting to parents, we're failing kids, when that's really not true. So how can you help us with that issue?
A couple of things, and I'm certainly happy to continue to work with the department to help to craft a good argument that will explain what it does mean and what it doesn't mean. But in some ways, this whole issue is a reoccurrence of issues that have been, I've seen from my career in assessment, which goes around 45 years at this point, and preceded me by at least a generation. And that's a fundamental misunderstanding of what grade level means. Historically, before 30 plus years ago, states started to move to standards-based testing because of the problems with a grade level interpretation. Because grade level was defined initially as the median score the 50th percentile of all the students in the grade. That was a definition. That meant by definition, 50% of all students were below grade level. That doesn't make sense. You can't get better if by definition, 50% are always going to be below grade level. So clearly from what I'm hearing, but I've also heard it before, so this is not the first time, we haven't done as good a job explaining what our standards actually mean. We have descriptions that I've shared with you about what level 2 means. That's what we need the legislature to understand. That's what we need all people, parents, everyone, to understand. And level 2 doesn't mean, oh, that's the second of 4 levels, so it must mean you're failing. It doesn't mean that at all. We have our description. There's a basic ability to understand and use, not just understand, use the skills and knowledge needed for post-secondary readiness. So it's not only understand and use what? Skills necessary for post-secondary readiness. That's why our standards are so high. They're not just use in that grade that you are now, and they've prepared you for what's to come afterwards. And we haven't done a good enough job explaining that clearly. And so, again, I'm not the one who has to deal with it, I understand that.
And I tried to show that to them. Basic to them is like a D.
Yeah.
So maybe it's the term.
It could be.
So maybe we need to rethink our actual communication and what it says. And maybe that will be helpful. But I think that my counterpart, Ben, would tell you that much the same story.
Yeah, and Ben's next, so. I didn't mean to cut you off, Dina.
But thank you for listening,
Oh,
at
you're
least to a concern.
Ben.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So back on the 4, and I just lost the term for it, the descriptions, where we define, what does it mean to be levels 1, 2, 3, and 4? And it says post-secondary readiness. Define post-secondary readiness. Is that college or is that workforce? Define post-secondary readiness for me in that context.
Well, we've had some conversations about this in the past. So back in 2015, it was set at college and career. And as a policy decision, the state board directed us to change everything to post-secondary readiness. So we have corrected all the language and this information to post-secondary readiness. So that's your definition. I'm not.
So I guess
I'm
it's
just
a question for us.
Yeah, right. I mean, but that's what happened, is how it got moved from college and career to post-secondary
And that may be
readiness.
my fault, because I was so concerned when we talk about college and career, we've always emphasized college. I mean, the thing is, and I thought just using that term in that order did not change the perception. So I asked for us not to use that term. So you can blame me for that one. Because I thought it was an important message. Now, it could be being misinterpreted, but the initial reason was that if we're going to say that we're going to value people no matter what they determine to do, whether or not they're going to college or whether that they're not, we need to change that term, because by using it in that order, we're still saying that we value college more than career. Yeah, go ahead.
So, Ben, I'm going to take you from 10th grade, because we stopped the assessment at 10th grade. But I'm going to take you to 4th grade, all right? At 4th grade, who's going to KU? Who's going to the military? Who's going to Washburn Tech? We have no idea. So we are trying to do both. But but the ASVAB and work keys and ACT measure slightly different things, right? But we don't know who's going to execute. And if we say we move that level too much on any of those exams, you're saying to some student early on, you really don't have the academic skills at that time to be on track to execute any of those post-secondary options. So Beth looks at that a lot, and we talk about it a lot, but what you want to make sure is that you're articulating to parents that student is academically on track, as Neil has said, to be post-secondary ready on any plan that they choose with their family. And that's a fairly broad swath.
Okay. I appreciate that. I know it's hard to try to quantify, and so when we're talking about post-secondary success, it's in keeping in mind that not all those kids are going to college. That they will still be successful even though KU is not, no offense to you, in their future, but a welding life is where they make more than most people that get a bachelor's degree. In terms of that, next question I have is, and this is more of a request, but just to sit down and kind of go over, for me, kind of why the bookmark method was chosen, or and just the story behind that. That will take a long time. I don't want to take up the board's time. This is purely a personal thing, so it's something that we can set up outside of here. And then how does this match up? Because I was looking at our ESEA plan, which is coupling with my counterpart that we get beat up on was, what does proficient mean? And this is how it ties into that together. Because in our ESEA plan, we claimed as a state board, this is prior to me serving, but we claimed that levels 3 and 4 are proficient, levels 1 and 2 are not. How does this match up with that? Into that world?
So the federal government said you can have, like we do with CALPA, 3 performance levels. You can have 4. You can have 5, like we had with the NCLB test. You could have more, right? But the requirement is that you have to have at least 2 below. Okay? So with 3, with CALPA, we have proficient, and we have near proficient, getting close, and then we have the ones that aren't there yet, right? So we made a conscious effort, the board, on recommendation of the agency and with consultation with the folks at KU, when we moved from NCLB to college and career ready, that there needed to be a difference in the test. And I'll say when we get ready to do the 2025 assessment, we'll be back to you with all the grades, and you will need to make decisions. Do you want 3? Do you want 4? Do you want 5, right? But it needed to be different from the old test. You had to have a line, so your trend data had to start all over. And that was the decision at the time of everyone to make it different, to go from 5 to 4. I will say, politically, at the time, the assessments weren't looked at as stringently as they are today. I don't know what the right number is, but by law, for the tests that we're getting federal funding for, that has to go through peer review, we need 2 below. Okay. So that's why it was set between 2 and 3.
Okay. I appreciate that answer, because that helps clear that out. So the definition, and it's all about definitions sometimes, and how you define words and what you use. So the proficient that we use in our ESEA plan does not necessarily correspond with whether a kid is getting the skill set as determined by our state assessment. Because by our state assessment, we say those kids that are scoring definitely in level 2 are at the basic level of understanding what they're supposed to know at that point in time. Am I correct in that
basic
interpretation.
level of what they know at that point in time to be
To
ready
be-
for
yeah.
post-secondary.
Yeah.
That last phrase sometimes gets missed, and that's critical for understanding the rigor of the system.
Okay, I appreciate. I know I ask some very simple questions, but there are conversations that I have all the time.
Sure.
And
happy to follow up on the bookmark method whenever you'd like.
Yeah.
Get in contact with Beth and she'll arrange something.
I would appreciate it. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
We have several questions, and this is gonna be the order, because they don't all show up. Betty, Jim, Jean, and Ann. And then if anybody else, I'm not gonna cut this off because I think this is important discussion. At least I'm not gonna cut it off at this point. At some point, I might. Betty.
Well, first, I do want to make a comment, because when you see this much confusion and it's evaluating something that's so critical, it does indicate that we need more time discussing, understanding, and even getting on the same page. The one thing, and Ben brought it up, which was where the focus of my question was to go. We had talked about 40% of students not going to college. So when you say post-secondary and you look at this test, then it does seem as though you're testing all of the students, including those that have no interest in going on to college. So that's an area that concerns me, and the fact that if we convey to our panel that this is to determine where they are for post-secondary, how much bias does that have when they are going along creating where the cut scores are? So I'm saying all of that to say, I appreciate the discussion today, but it does seem like it should be lengthened, that there are a lot of things that we should be understanding that we don't, or on the same page, and we aren't. I don't like the idea if we say, okay, our standards are higher. That sounds like a typical response when you're not where you should be in comparison with the rest of the nation. I'm not saying that that's the case. I'm talking about the perception that people tend to have. And so it's wise, if I were to look on a national level, that I can see, where is Kansas compared to California or New York or I almost said Chicago, I mean Illinois. Those are the things that frequently it's looked at as a basis of comparison. Are you making the grade? So I do hope that we can have maybe more time or a little more involved to understand and to see, because when we're voting on making, do we accept this or do we want to go along with that? It is imperative that we as a board have a clear understanding of what it is that we're doing, not the implication, but what is the impact. So eh, I used that to just make a statement simply because Ben had really introduced the questions that I had wondered in terms of post-secondary. So I may bring that up again in terms of future agenda items as well. Thank you.
Certainly happy to meet with the board as much as the board feels is desirable for a full understanding of this important topic.
Jim.
Well, it's all Greek to me. You can't, you're trying to explain this, level 2, level 4, 683, 273, scale of theta. I'm having a hard time understanding it here, and I got the expert in front of me. So then I take it out to the Chamber of Commerce, or I take it out to a PTA and go to a local board, and I might as well be speaking Greek. And we're having a tough time doing it. we're not speaking the language that the people in our state understand, and that includes the educational community. They cannot explain this. I'm just, we need to speak their language, as much as it might hurt us.
I think the key message for the field, and perhaps it was my mistake in being too technical in this conversation, and I apologize to the extent that might be true, but I also expect there are varying levels in any group of how much information you want. The key is that a tried and true method that's been accepted and used before was implemented using Kansas teachers to capture their judgment about where the cut score should go.
And to a reasonable person, that would work. Regrettably, we don't work with reasonable people. It's used against us, the lack of communication. We need to find a way to communicate this in a very crisp and precise way that would make sense to folks. And one of the easiest things is to say, what's an A, what's a B, what's a C? And that's going to kill you guys. But to mom and dad, to teachers, they know what that means, even though they don't know what it means.
They don't know what that means. But I understand your point.
It's a culturally explicit term that has no definition. I'm just saying, but you got to talk to the language of the people. You can't talk above them, because that's where the distrust comes from, and that's why we're being crucified many times on these, because it looks like we're hiding behind numbers that can't be right. How does that work? What's an A? What's a B? So that would be my recommendation. As hard as it would be, and as painful for you and us to come out and put it in a more generic format, might be a course of action that we might want to consider moving forward. Thank you.
I wanted to thank you and the other educators that worked on this. It's very technically complex, the process of doing this, and I appreciate the ability that we have within our schools and colleges to be able to look at this data and make these decisions. I think one of the issues that I've heard from parents and others is how their state assessment score correlated to later to a national standardized test like the ACT or the SAT. So I was wondering if you could speak a little bit to that, to let us know how, for example, a particular score on the state assessment might somehow correlate to a nationally standardized test? Thank you.
There are two factors that impact the magnitude of that correlation typically. One is how similar are the content standards and test blueprints for one test, our test, to another test, for example, the ACT. The more similar they are, the higher the correlation, the less similar, the lower the correlation. The other is a combination of student engagement and motivation. And it used to be that students who took the ACTs or SATs or any test that they had a stake in the game paid more attention to preparing for it, to taking for it. They made sure they were there on time on that day, et cetera. And that varied more in state assessments. Years ago, I was associate commissioner, early 90s, by the way, in Kentucky, responsible for curriculum and assessment. And a number of parents and board members and legislators asked that exact same question because they were getting reports from kids about kids who did very well on some of these tests and not so well on the state assessment. So we went and we picked out the test booklets of the kids on the state assessment. And I remember one high school student who got like a 34 or 5 on the ACT and their test was blank. They didn't even respond to the test, or they doodled on the test. So all of these issues vary, but when they're taken into account, the correlation is pretty good between the two.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think maybe my question got answered, but on our website, we have a thing for families that tells you how to relate your score to ACT. So we have a whole thing for families, and I think maybe some time in our workshop time, we ought to spend time talking about this, because really those definitions aren't that hard to understand, and if they are, then maybe we need to tweak some terms. But we've said 3 and 4 are ready to go to college, and as you said, the dividing line between 2 and 3 hits right at that ACT college necessary score, or what used to be required anyway. So maybe we're not that far apart, but we really need to sit down and chug through it so everybody understands those definitions, because they're all in the parent guide. We send it to the parents and say, this is what level 1 means, this is 2, this is 3, and we ought to stop. We need to really push back on those guys at the Capitol who are saying proficient is just at grade level, because that's not right. And just show them the definition and push back, because they're getting it all wrong, but it's intentional on their part. So there you go. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First of all, I want to say that this is one of the most challenging things we ever do. I remember the first time we did this, and I said, they were talking Greek to me. I mean, you're still talking pretty much Greek, but that's okay. Because this is really challenging. And, but my question that I have, because I understand what everyone's saying, and I promise you, people do not understand what we're doing, and I don't know if all of us completely understand what we're doing. But my question is this: I think it's great that we have the highest in the nation. I supported that, and I still agree with that. However, my question is, how do we compare with other states as far as 4 areas? Do some states have 3 or 6, or, I mean, I don't know. I mean, I was just curious how other states do this.
I haven't checked recently, but the last time I did, I won't say it was an even split, but a relatively even split between 4 and 5 categories for the state general assessments. For the general assessments, most states don't have 3 categories, and you can't have fewer than 3 because you need 2 that are below proficient and at least 1 that is above proficient. We could gather that information for you, though.
Well, we thank you, and don't take anything we've said as critical of the process. We just have frustrations about the way it's interpreted by others. And so we appreciate the work you've done. I'm sure that we'll have more. You're going to present this for action next month.
Next month.
And we will probably have more questions at that time. But please don't take anything as critical, because it wasn't. Nothing that was said was critical of the process. It was just the fact that we have concerns the way it's being interpreted by others and used actually to criticize the good work that the people in this state are doing to educate children. And that's a very great frustration to us. Thank you so much. We look forward to seeing you next month. We're going to take a 10-minute unscheduled break.
Thank you all.
We are now going to have probably an equally intense conversation about budget requests. Welcome, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Pleasure to be here.
That's a lie.
I don't think so. What else would you want to do on a Tuesday afternoon? As you're aware, you have the opportunity every summer to make you have the requirement every summer to make recommendations about the budget. The timeline, you're recommending for the budget in FY24, so the fiscal year that will start a year from now. Because the budget process is what it is, your recommendations will go through us. We'll write them up and turn them into the division of the budget. They'll go through it, present them then to the governor, who goes through it and makes her own recommendations to the legislature. All that process takes enough time that even though FY24 is a ways off, you kind of need to make your recommendations in July. So that's why we're doing it at this time of year, so that the rest of the process can play out. With that, we have not changed much on the slides from what you saw a month ago. So I'll go through them, and Mr. Chair, if you'll just let me know if you want to take questions at the end or as we go along, whichever works is fine with us. Okay. So we start with the base aid for student excellence. That's the foundation for the general fund budget. You see the history since the Gannon case was settled and how it has been implemented to date. And the legislature has followed what they agreed to with the Supreme Court at that time. You see the dollar amounts for the base each year, the increases that have been made. The coming year, 22-23, is 48-46. Since 2020-21, those increases have been 3% each year. Starting in 23-24, which is the year you're making recommendations for, in statute, it will increase by the 3-year average of the Consumer Price Index. Well, if you know what's happening to inflation right now, you can probably guess that 3.3% you see right there is low. That was the estimate that the Kansas Legislative Research Division, the Division of Budget, and ourselves made last fall. And we typically don't change that estimate until that group meets again in this coming fall. So for comparison, a 3-year average this year at April, when we do the check, would have been 4.4%. So a year from now, if things continue as they are, you can assume it's going to be even higher than that number. So
And
the
that's-
base, I'm
is
sorry.
that a given? I mean, is that?
It's a given unless they change the law. And when that was originally written into law, there were a number of legislators that had concerns that as a state, they didn't believe we could afford the Consumer Price Index. And so I think I'm pretty comfortable in saying that will be discussed in the next legislative session.
And the court maintains jurisdiction so that,
That is correct. The court still maintains jurisdiction over the Gannon agreement.
okay. Ann, do you want to wait or do you want to do it now?
Well, I was just going to say, I think last year I was looking at my notes, and as we went through these, we just approved them each one because some of them we fiddled with. So,
We can do it that way. Is that the pleasure of the board? Just,
I mean, I could make a motion that on base state aid for student excellence and state foundation, we fund the law.
second to that motion? Melanie seconds that motion. Any further discussion on that motion? All in favor, raise your hand. All opposed? That appears to be unanimous.
Okay.
Well, that was easy.
Yeah, just informational purposes, same topic. The total dollar amount, if you look at what's happening this year and compare it to 24, it's actually higher this year. School districts have the delayed payment, so part of their state aid does not get paid out until July, even though it should be for the previous year. In the budget right now, the plan is they will fix that next year. Because we have additional revenue, they'll take care of that delayed payment, make it in the current year, and then they'll be good to move forward from that point onward. So that's why that dollar amount looks higher. Supplemental general fund, they've also been funding according to state law. You see some projections on what the dollar amounts will be. And again, in 22-23, you see it's a little higher and then it drops back. There's also a delayed payment that's made in the LOB that will be addressed at the end of next year so that we're back on schedule again. Again, if they follow what's in current law.
So again, the motion could be fund the law, and that's
Yes.
what is set in the court case. Is there a motion to that effect? Melanie, seconded by Dina. Further discussion? All in favor? All opposed? Motion appears still unanimous.
Capital improvement, most people call it bond and interest, is funded according to law. It is it happens automatically. It's not something legislature has to vote on every year. The way it's set up in law, the funds are automatically transferred to our account and the payment made. And you can see they have been funding under the law and will continue to do so.
Remind us, whenever we approve bond issues, there's a limit that we can approve in a year. How's that calculated? Remember, I should know that, but I've forgotten.
So there is a cap when you approve bond elections every year, or every meeting, basically. There is a cap that you can approve up to for any new bond issues that year. And that cap is the amount of principal that was paid off in the prior year, plus a 5-year consumer price index increase based on the cost of school construction in the Midwest. And that's a cumulative increase rather than an average. So it's a fairly good percentage increase.
Okay, so we're asking, again, to just fund the law in this case. Ann and Jim. Further discussion? All in favor, raise your hand. All opposed, motion carries. Thank you, go ahead.
So that was capital improvement state aid or bond and interest. Capital outlay state aid are the funds that districts use to repair and maintain their buildings. That has been and continues to be funded according to law for the last quite a few years now. That school districts are capped at 8 mills, the most that they can levy on that, and many do, but not all. So that amount tends to increase along with assessed valuation. If you continue to levy 8 mills every year, then the amount that you're entitled to will increase on that same schedule, and that is being funded according to law.
Thank you. Motion in order. Dina and Melanie. Discussion? All in favor? All opposed? 9-1. Thank you.
Juvenile detention facilities are funded a little differently than traditional schools. They are funded at twice the base state aid or actual expenditures, whichever's less. And the appropriation for quite a few years now has been sufficient to cover costs and should continue to be so the way that it's been appropriated under current law.
Motion. Janet? Jim? Discussion? All in favor, raise your hand. All opposed? 9-1. Go ahead.
We may slow down a bit here. Special education state aid, you see the history there going back to 10-11, which was the last year. It was funded at 92% of excess cost, which is the law. You can see how it's declined over the years. What we don't have listed there, federal funding is also a factor in this cost. And the funding from the federal level for special education is about 15% of the costs. Varies from 14 to 16% in any given year. Their goal under IDEA at the federal level is 40%. So we do not approach that number from the federal level. And you can see at the state level, we're falling off the 92% of excess cost, which federal funding would help approach that 92% level along with the state. So having said all that, focusing on the current year, 22-23, you can see the state aid in that first column is scheduled to be $520,380,818. That's a $7.5 million increase from the prior year. The state has been adding $7.5 million each year for several years. The reason the percent's going down is that costs are increasing faster than $7.5 million a year. So the percentage of excess cost is declining. You also see in the second column of numbers, federal aid that's been added there. That's not the regular federal aid, that's the ESSER funds, the set-aside funds that you directed to go to school districts. So 23-24, the year that you're looking at for recommendation purposes, the state is currently not scheduled to spend any more money on special education than they are in 22-23. So that $7.5 million increase that's been happening is not scheduled to happen in 23-24. And in addition, the ESSER funds will be used. There will be no ESSER funds in that year. So as a result, you can see the percentage of excess cost estimated is going to drop to about 64.3%. State aid is paid out for special education to a large extent in categorical aid, an amount per teacher, and a para counts as 4/10 of a teacher for funding purposes. So the more teachers you have, if the appropriation stays flat, the less you get per teacher. You can see what's happened to the per teacher amount, and that varies with the extra $7.5 million that's added each year, and it varies by the number of teachers and paras you have. So most years, the number of teachers and paras increased until we got to 2021 and the pandemic. And there were not enough teachers and paras to be hired, so it actually decreased. And that's why you see the per teacher amount increased. Not because the money was a lot higher, but because there were fewer teachers and paras to spread it among. And so our estimate for the coming year is $30,900. We won't know the actual number until next June.
So when you look at this, and we talk about this a lot because this is how we distribute the aid, you know, this can be really misleading though to you because you've got to understand that the total pot of money stays the same, which is what the legislature, so it's that chart before that you're really recommending. I think sometimes people think, oh, well, the money went up, as Craig just said. No, the pot of money was the same, but there were fewer people to divide it between, so.
So the numbers that you're recommending for budget purposes, or that's been approved for budget purposes, is that $520,380,818. And again, that'll be flat going into 23-24. So some options you may want to consider, and these are based off of either actions from previous years or questions that have been raised by the board in previous years. So one option obviously would be leave it as it is in law. And in 23-24, the legislature would appropriate $520,380,818. Another option that you've looked at in previous years is if 64.3%, which is the prediction for 24, is too low, pick a percentage that would make more sense as a way to get closer to what's in law of 92. The 70.8 that we put as a starting point would keep it flat percentage-wise with 22-23. And then you can see it would take $52.3 million just to keep the same percentage. And you can see how the dollars move up all the way until you get to fully fund the law, would take $223,777,000. Questions about that chart before I move on and show another option?
Yeah, let's look. Do you have other options?
One of the other things you have looked at in the past is a 5-year phase-in. Rather than trying to make the change all at once, what would it take to phase it in over a 5-year time period? And if you allow for inflation and additional staff and so forth in each of those years, then the cost becomes $76,829,000 approximately each of those years. We didn't put it on a slide, but we happen to think yesterday, somebody might want to know, what if we just did it over 2 years? If you wanted to phase it in over 2 years' time, that would take about 130.5 million each of those 2 years. Questions or suggestions?
What is the pleasure of the board? Yeah. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that we do option 3, the 5-year phase-in, to get us back to 92% over 5 years.
Is there a second to that motion? Ann seconds that motion. Any further, Melanie?
Thank you, Chairman Porter. I guess I would question why we wouldn't go with option 2. Sorry, am I out of order here? Why we wouldn't accelerate the plan, given that we know that there's a budget surplus right now? Rhetorical. Thank you.
Any further questions or comments? The motion is that we approve what's on the screen right now, a 5-year phase-in. Ann?
Yeah, and I want everybody to know that this isn't just an exercise. People do look at what we recommend, and it came up in the Gannon case in court. And our motions and our minutes were part of the record because they wanted to know what we recommended. We are supposed to be the experts, so I think it's important that we do add more money to special ed. And it'd be nice to get it all in one jump, particularly since we just got new revenue estimates out, but there'll be a lot of people trying to think about ways to spend that. And I think if we ask for a reasonable amount, we have a better chance.
You certainly may.
I agree with Ann. I mean, I have to point out that there's an obligation here to cover these costs. And it's a shame that we sit here and look at the politics of the decisions behind the money. Do we have the votes? Do they not have the votes? You know, can we get it passed? The fact of the matter is that this is something that absolutely needs to be done for the students in Kansas.
This is not part of the motion, it's not part of the discussion, but we need, as part of our legislative agenda, to communicate with our federal elected officials that we support the 40%. And I rule myself out of order. Further discussion? The motion for option 3. All in favor, please raise your hand. The one that's up there. Opposed? And I oppose because I think it should be higher. The vote 9-1.
All right. There we go. Transportation is being funded according to state law. The board has questioned a number of times in the past the fact that the law only provides funding for students who live 2.5 miles or more from school, and has looked at other times, what would it take if they live from 2.5 to 2, or from 2.5 to 1.5, and so forth. I'll tell you right up front, the dollar amounts you see there are very rough estimates. Determining how many students live within 2.5 and 2 miles can be done, but it will take a while. So those are rough estimates. If you're curious about increasing funding for transportation, and there may be other ways to do it, the formula is based on density. What's the density of the students in any district that live 2.5 miles or more from school? And so it's a different factor for each district based on their density.
Michelle,
Thank you, Chairman Porter. Okay, this is gonna open up a can of worms.
go right ahead.
What will happen with this new transfer? Well, I know we're dealing with this right now, but that is going to be hard to
Yeah.
Which district? So the district that's receiving the student, and it's 2.5 miles or whatever the thing is, and then they're not living in that district, they're transferring over. How's that, who's responsible for that child to get to that school?
Good question. The short answer is the parent. There is no funding provided for students who do not live in the district. So what we're talking about here, 2.5 miles or more from school and a resident of your district. So if a student lives outside my district and comes to school, I'm not required to transport them. I may transport them, but it's the district's decision whether to do that or not. And if the district chooses to transport them, there is no state aid provided.
Well, they have to put that policy in place based off of,
That's state law. The district won't need a policy. State law allows that to happen.
they can just, okay. So they may or may not, but how do they
Right.
determine that?
Each district makes their own individual decision that we will or we will not run a bus into the neighbor's district and pick up students. Other practices are if the student will meet us at a boundary, we'll pick them up. Still, there's no state aid provided, but some districts provide transportation that way. Some will go into the other district and pick them up. One thing that's changing significantly for some locations, current law, if the school district has any territory in the counties of Shawnee, Johnson, Wyandotte, or Sedgwick, they can't go pick up students in a neighboring district without permission from the neighboring district. Any other district can do it without permission. That changes under the new law starting in 23-24. Any district, any county can go pick up students in the neighboring district, but they're not going to be funded.
But they won't be funded.
Won't be funded for non-resident students.
Thank you.
Certainly.
Janet?
I think I know the answer to this because I think we've discussed it before, but I just want to make sure I know, I have it correct. If a student lives less than 2.5 miles, but they living, like say they have to cross a highway or other challenges to get to school, they can pick them up, is that correct?
Yes,
Okay.
and many districts do. Many districts transport students less than 2.5 miles. But like the non-resident students, there's just no state aid provided for that.
Okay, they don't get any state aid for doing that though,
Correct.
correct?
Correct, regardless of whether they're crossing a highway, railroad track, or have a fairly safe path to
Okay, I
walk,
didn't
either way.
understand that. Okay, so they don't get paid for that.
No, they do not.
Thank you.
Ben?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that we fund the current law at 2.5 miles.
Is there a second to that motion? Ann seconds that motion. Further discussion? All in favor, raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. All opposed? 1, 2, 3. Do you have the, do you have it? Okay. 7-3. Motion passes.
Okay. Career and technical education transportation. This is the transportation school districts provide to take their students to a technical education college, for instance, or community college, where they have a technical education program, and the students earning credit, both at the college and the high school. Only if the district provides the transportation. You can see the amount of reimbursement has varied a little bit over the years. And wasn't funded at all for 2 years. And I should add, you'll note there's no statute listed. This is not statutory. It's not required in statute to provide this funding. But when the Career Tech Ed bill, known as Senate Bill 155 forevermore, was originally passed, they also agreed to provide this transportation. So that has been approved again in the budget. $1,482,338 will come real close to covering full cost as it's written out in the budget. It did cover the full cost in 1920. With gas prices, it may not cover full cost, but it'll be closer than what they've had for a couple of years at least.
Jim?
I move that we approve the 23-24 estimated 1.482338, 100%.
Is there a second to that motion? Dina seconds that motion. For any further discussion? All in favor, raise your hand. All opposed? 9-1, motion carries.
The mentor teacher program provides payment to mentor teachers who mentor new teachers for the first 3 years that they are in the district. The level of funding that's provided, the intent is to fund $1,000 each year that you mentor one of those new teachers. The level of funding that's provided provides the $1,000 for first year mentors and a smaller amount in the second year and in the third year. Smaller amount being approximately $500 in year 2 and a little over $300 in year 3 was the way it worked out this year. And again, that depends on how many new teachers you have. So the program has never been fully funded. We've never been able to pay $1,000 each year for 3 years. And so the estimate is if you wanted to fully fund the program so that you could pay that amount, we would need another $1 million.
Melanie,
May I make a motion?
you may.
I move that we fully fund the program for 2024.
Is there a second to that motion? Jim seconds that motion. Further discussion? All in favor? Appears to be unanimous. And I appreciate that because that is critical to keeping people in the classroom.
There is a lot of research on the importance of providing mentors for new teachers and the benefits to the new teacher in their career. I don't know about research, but anecdotally, you will hear from the mentor teachers themselves the benefits they gain from serving in that role. They do go through training before they serve as a mentor, and then just what they learn from working with a new teacher or relearn. Professional development, state aid, you can see the history, has been offered some years, not others. It is funded for the coming year as well as 23-24. That $1,770,000 will not cover the full amount. Professional development state aid is intended to cover the lower of 50% of the actual professional development cost or 0.5% of the total general fund. Now, the caveat to offer on this, in the current time, a number of districts are using ESSER funds to pay for part of their professional development. Nevertheless, the amount that you see funded there, $1,770,000, probably won't cover the cost of just the district's own funds that are being used for professional development. So set ESSER aside, and the other state and local funds that are paying for professional development, $1,770,000 will need to be prorated in order to cover all the costs across the state.
Ann,
Mr. Chair, I'd like to recommend that we fully fund the program with 1.9 million more.
is there a second to that motion? Jim seconds that motion. Any further discussion? Ben?
And this is probably gonna be complicated. And this is mainly because I just forgot. Does this cover the extra salaries above? I mean, how do you qualify for the PD money? I mean, what does it go toward?
Right. It has to be professional development for licensed staff. So if you provide training for your custodians, that's great, but you're not getting reimbursed for that. So professional development for licensed staff, it pays the cost to go to the professional development. If you had to hire a substitute to send the teacher somewhere, it would cover that cost.
Okay.
So anything along those lines.
Thank you for refreshing. I forgot what it all
Yeah.
covered, so I appreciate it. Thank you.
Any further discussion? The motion is to fully fund at the additional 1.9 million. All in favor, raise your hand. All opposed? Motion is 8-2 and passes.
National board certification, each district is required to pay a $1,000 stipend to their teachers who have earned national board certification. That's an intensive process with a lot of professional development. And you can see the dollars that have been provided, that does cover the cost of the program, so it is fully funded.
Betty?
So is there data available to indicate we have a, just in terms of outcomes, that nationally board certified bring more to the table than not?
I don't, if I understand your question, I don't believe we have any data that would indicate, that would compare results from this teacher's classroom to that teacher's classroom, those that are nationally board certified versus those that are not. Am I understanding what you were asking?
Yeah, you do.
Okay.
I can respond to that a little bit. I can give you anecdotal data that as a principal, the teachers who participate in the national board certification take on a heavier burden in terms of teaching and do, when I say heavier burden, there are expectations for them that are beyond what the regular teacher has to do and prepare for class. And they are evaluated through their system on how their kids perform on their assessments. You know, so yeah, probably the thing I liked most about the National Board Certification was the impact those teachers had on their departments, not just the students, but the departments and also on the overall faculty in terms of their professionalism and expectations and preparation.
So is that statewide? I mean, it's really
No, that's
good
what I
not-
experienced.
Okay. It's really good to know, not really going one way or the other, but it's good to know even from a public perspective, why are you saying this should be at a higher level? So thank you.
Ben?
And to back up Mr. McNeese's point, I did briefly sit on an advisory council. Because of the reorganization, the advisory council disappeared, but it's supported out of Emporia State. It's who provides the support for educators getting their certification. And it's hard. Less than half of them go through the program, actually get it their first time around. Because it is very intensive and it really does challenge them on all levels of their professionalism. And so I would move that we fund the National Board Certification. Is it funded at the recommended level? It's poorly worded, but you get my drift.
Is there a second to that motion? Jim seconds that motion, and I want to, in one of my previous jobs, I was trained as a person that helped people prepare for the National Board Certification. It is a rigorous process. As a matter of fact, it was so rigorous that I decided after going through the training that I was not competent to help people, so I never did actually do it because the people that did needed to be people that were in the classroom, and they were outstanding people, and they become your teacher leaders. And so I hate to publicly agree with Jim, but you know, sometimes you just have to.
I'd like to also respond. I don't know if I want to vote for this. I would like to put more money in it. But I would ask that as a board, we look at during this next year the effect of programs like the National Board Certification and their impact on learning in the schools. You know, I know I'm asking a big ask, and I'm not sure how to do that, but I'd certainly like in the next year to find out, verify, are we actually benefiting from National Board Certification? And my answer would be yes. I would anticipate that, but we don't have any data really to support it other than anecdotal data, and I don't know if we'll get anything more than that, but let's find out how we're doing. I don't even know how many people are using it. It's not a lot of money when you talk about the budget, $360,000. I mean, sorry, but there's some great people and a small piece of the pie. Thank you.
So Michaela, put that down as a future agenda item. All in favor of the motion, please raise your hand. All opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Before we leave, if I can, I need to clarify one thing. I said it's fully funded. If you look at 21-22, the year we just ended, 22,375 did not fully fund it. School districts pay the $1,000 to the teachers regardless of state funding. They're required to in statute. So teachers were still paid, but it came out of the district's general fund. For the next 2 years, it is scheduled to be fully funded. School lunch, there is a federal maintenance of effort requirement. The majority, virtually all, school lunch money comes either from the federal government or the prices that students pay for their meals. The state is required to provide 4.5 cents per meal as a match. That $2,510,000 is typically what it takes, so that's the amount that's paid each year. That meets the law.
Is there a motion, Jim?
I move we meet the law.
You need to be more specific. You say meet or beat? I thought I heard beat, so I assume you meant meet.
We approve the $2,510,486.
Okay, I heard wrong. Okay, is there a second to that motion? Ann seconds that motion. All in favor, please raise your hand. All opposed? Okay, 9-1. I've had several people ask me why we can't, like the federal government paid for everybody's meal, and people that are just barely making it, have asked, why can't we continue to do that? Maybe as part of our legislative agenda, we need to know what it would cost if we made that recommendation. I'm not asking us to do anything now, but as we look forward, it might be something to at least consider.
We can get that number for you. I could give you a number off the top of my head, but
Well, I'm not
that's not what
expecting
you
anything
need.
right now,
Right.
and it's not part of this process. But,
Yep. So parents as teachers, and you had a report on early childhood programs this morning from Melissa Rooker and the Children's Cabinet. You see the funding that has been provided there historically for the Parents as Teachers program. We also went ahead and wrote in as a reminder the Children's Cabinet recommendation that will be taken to the governor for an additional $1,300,000 in FY24. And that is a recommendation that will come from their cabinet. That money does flow through your budget since we are the fiscal agent for Parents as Teachers.
Do we have, I know Melissa talked about it this morning, but do we have a rationale for that 1.3 million that we could say, if we went that way, this is why we did it?
well, Melissa's here too.
Yep.
I think we need a rationale if we're gonna go above where we went last year.
Now, the Children's Cabinet recommended is from you, and it's going to be made whether we say anything or not.
Yeah,
right?
so 2 points of clarification. Number one, the rationale behind the recommendation is that with flat funding, they have had some struggles keeping up with the number of kids they're serving and families. So inflation has hit them. Flat funding with inflation rates, the effectiveness of their ability to meet the need has gone down. So the cabinet has made this recommendation, and I would remind this board that these are master tobacco settlement dollars. These are not state general fund dollars. So in the technical process of the state budget process, this has to be our recommendation. It'll be in our budget, and then it goes in, and there's lots of steps to create budget enhancement requests. But at the end of the day, the key piece of information is we are talking about tobacco dollars, not state general fund dollars with this recommendation. So we're just trying to help the program keep up with the cost of inflation, meet the need and demand to serve children and families across the state.
And you think there'll be enough additional tobacco money this year to get that increase, or will you take it from something else?
No, this is based on dollars that we have available.
Okay, thank you.
I came from a state that started the Parent as Teacher program and required it to be held, and every public school had to have a Parent as Teachers program. My oldest son, who is in his 40s, was in the first class that it was required, and I have seen tremendous changes and opportunities. This is, in my view, and I'm speaking only for myself, is critical. And it is voluntary, nobody has to do it, but it is a wonderful opportunity. My grandkids have all participated, and so I'll make the motion that we fund the recommended amount. Janet seconds the motion. Is there further discussion? Ann?
I just think a good reason to do this is because it supports our kindergarten readiness goal, so
It
that would
does,
be another
absolutely.
good reason to do it. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Janet?
I just wanted to echo what Jim said. When it got started here in Kansas, my grandchildren participated in it, and I went and watched a few times. It was amazing. It was just amazing. And like Jim says, they don't if you don't want to do it, you don't have to do it. But they have some wonderful opportunities there. So I think it's great.
Seeing no other comments, all in favor, please raise your hand. All opposed? Abstain? 901.
Along the same lines, early childhood, pre-K pilot, you see the dollar amounts there, and the one comment you might make, it's been a pilot program now for 20 years? 21 years? For a while. And I believe Melissa addressed this morning too, maybe continuing a grant program as a pilot for that long is not the best way to fund ongoing programs, but you see the dollar amounts there. This year, that did not cover the request for funding. Good news and bad news. Good news, we've got more early childhood programs. Bad news, there wasn't enough funding. The individuals behind me that work with early childhood were able to access GEAR funds which is the state's version of ESSER money that comes through the governor's office, for about $2.5 million to fully or more fully fund everybody that applied for the pre-K pilot.
Pleasure of the board. Janet?
I have a question. How can it no longer become a pilot and become, that has to pass a law or what?
Short version, yes. We would need to have a way to fund early childhood, perhaps similar to what we do K through 12.
Okay.
Anything you would add to that? There's a whole lot more you could say. That's out of my league.
I mean, 20 years is ridiculous.
So a lot of the work, this is Amanda Peterson, the Director of Early Childhood for KSDE. A lot of the work that we do is helping districts understand how to use the funds that they get through the school finance formula, but that only funds certain preschool students and only as a half student for each of those students. And so, for example, if a district is providing full-day preschool, they still only get funded, and each of those students is a one-half student. Or if a district is funding preschool for students who do not have a disability or who do not meet an at-risk criteria, those students do not get funded through the school finance formula. Districts have been able to use the Kansas Preschool Pilot Grants and other grants to be able to plug those gaps, but in a less sustainable way.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
So what do you recommend? What do you recommend, Craig?
So in terms of this line item in our work with the Children's Cabinet, the budget option that you have here is to continue the pilot at the current level. If we'd like to have a conversation about how we might make other policy adjustments to support preschool funding, I think that might be an interesting conversation for a later time.
Yeah, I think that would be also, because this is certainly extremely important, as Ann said, this is our part of our kindergarten readiness. So I move that we support the recommendation.
Is there a second? Melanie seconds the motion. Any further discussion? All in favor, please raise your hand. All opposed? 9-1.
Okay, discretionary grants, after-school programs. And you can see that they were funded at the same level for quite a few years, and then a little less in 2021, and not at all, nor are they scheduled to be. And again, this is one area that ESSER funds are certainly being targeted within school districts to provide before and after-school programming, summer school programming, and so forth.
But it hasn't been funded for the last 3 years.
Has not, was not funded in this past year and is not scheduled to be for the next 2. And you can obviously tell statewide, $312,500 is a few very select locations that money went to in the years it was funded.
And I should know the answer to this question too, but can schools use their ESSER money in the year 23-24? So the
It
answer
has
is,
to be expended by
John,
the end of September.
John's shaking his head yes.
By the end of September of '24,
Okay.
yes.
Ann?
I recommend 2024 do not fund.
Okay, is there a second to that motion? Ben seconds that motion. Any further discussion? All in favor? All opposed? Abstain? Well, I didn't get 9, I didn't get 10, so we're gonna do that again.
Can I
I never got to 6 anywhere, so.
Can I also note, Mr. Chair, we voted not to fund it last year. Same situation.
Okay. Let's see it again. All in favor of the motion not to fund it, raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All opposed to that motion, raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4. And you're abstaining. Okay, so we have not made a recommendation at all on that one. Does anybody want to try something else? If not, that stands as no recommendation.
All right. Does that mean the recommendation is discretionary, or, I'm sorry, couldn't resist. Juvenile transitional.
Explain it however you want.
Juvenile Transitional Crisis Pilot. This is a program at Beloit. It's a pilot program providing services. You can see what it says. Has been in place for several years, was not funded. One of those is scheduled to be funded each of the next 2 years.
Ann?
I was looking at our notes from last year, and we just made no motion on this. This wasn't our thing to begin with. It was something the legislature came up with. So,
And they're gonna do it anyway?
yeah.
Unless somebody makes a motion, we're gonna move on. I don't see anybody jumping at that. Let's move on.
Safe and Secure Schools Grant. You had a presentation last month from John Calvert and Jim Green on this program a little bit. The Safe and Secure Schools team has been in place and continues to be in place. We had a few legislators surprised we still had a team since there hadn't been a grant funded for a few years. They are very active, I can assure you, in schools. You heard about that a month ago. For grant purposes, you see the history there. It was funded for 2 years, not for 2 years, and now is scheduled to be again. This year, a portion of the funding comes from federal relief funds at the state level, $1 million. Next year, it's scheduled to be funded $4 million from state money and no additional funds from the federal level. So the total grant next year would be $1 million less than this year. We can tell you that the $5 million that was available this year received applications from districts that totaled just over $10 million. So there's certainly interest from school districts in this grant program. There's also interest in perhaps funding additional priorities for school safety, communications being a big issue that the current grant requirements don't allow.
And is that our choice or is that a legislative choice?
That was written into the legislative proviso, that it could be used to secure entrances and/or for SROs, new SROs.
Is there a motion? Go ahead.
So on L, act on safe and secure school grants, was that federal money then? That's on our consent agenda item for 2022, 2023.
For 22-23, the $1 million is federal money. It's the state's version of ESSER funds. The $4 million is state money.
Ben?
Probably for Michelle, for your clarification, the request is 5 million. The state just decided to use some of the ARPA funds that they had and supplant state money with the $1 million just to cover it. There's no extra strings attached or federal requirement. It's pretty open-ended. If that helps clarify some of that.
Okay. And
Yeah, I think they, like Ben said, they just decided since the federal money was there, we'll use some of theirs this year. But last year, we made no motion on this because again, it was their initiative. Now, I don't know if we feel differently about it with all the things that have been happening in schools. But we haven't in the past.
Jean?
I just think this is a very important issue. I visit a lot of schools in rural areas, smaller schools. It's very telling to me that you had $10 million in requests for substantially about half of that available. I think it's time that we are very serious about this and we provide schools with an opportunity to make those changes so that all of our students and staff are safe in our schools.
Is that a motion? Ben?
This is matching, correct?
It is, dollar for dollar match by the district.
Okay. So it takes local districts to put some money toward it too.
Yes.
I move that we do the recommendation on the Safe and Secure Schools grant for $5 million, and they can figure out how much federal they want to use. I don't know if that makes sense, but
So you're making the motion that we replace the ARPA, whatever that is, for $1 million.
I'm supporting that.
For the 5 million, total of 5 million.
Total of 5. How they pay for it, whether it's out of state general fund or ARPA, is up to them. But
Okay, thank you. Is there a second to that motion? Jim seconds that motion. Any further discussion?
I'm sorry?
Isn't that what they're doing?
They are not. Next year, they are scheduled just to provide $4 million.
So we're asking for another million. So we're basically asking for another $1 million in this
Yes.
process. Everybody understand? Huh? Isn't that your motion?
$5 million Safe and Secure grant.
Barbara will clean that up. All in favor, raise your hand. All opposed? Abstain? 901.
Last item that we have, Mental Health Intervention Team Pilot Program. You see the history of the funding there. A portion of the increased funding this year, approximately $3 million, will be used for a third-party study that will try to determine effectiveness and efficiency of the program, and from that, be able to make some recommendations so that it too might not continue to be a pilot, but could be expanded statewide, or however the recommendations come. So you have in your consent agenda this item to be approved, and I believe we would add 12 additional districts this year with the additional funding, plus have the study done.
And this is already approved.
That's already, what you see there is in statute both years. correct. The 10,534,000 for each of the next 2 years. So if you wanted to grow the program and continue to add more districts, we would need more money.
Ann?
Well, did they run out? I mean, did they have more districts than they could fund this time?
Actually, I think we had just that amount, did we? Am I correct? Every district that applied will be funded. Now, what it did not allow us to do is those districts, those 55 districts that are in the program, if they wanted to grow any, we didn't have additional money for that.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Is there a motion? Jim?
I move that we expand the program by $3 million. Is that what you're asking? To expand the program to 15 to 25 additional districts
Yes, if you want to add additional districts, that's what you would need to do.
for the $3 million?
Yes.
So moved.
Is there a second to that motion? Melanie seconds the motion. Discussion? Michelle?
Well, thank you, Chairman Porter. Otherwise, we could just fund the program at the current level,
Yes,
which is what was approved.
yes. Yeah, what was approved was to continue funding at the same level, so we would again have 67 districts in 23, 24, assuming they all wanted to stay in the program.
And if more districts do not apply,
Then we can
you
allow,
don't spend the money.
then we can allow existing districts to grow their program. The way the proviso was written this year, the additional money was to be directed first towards the new districts, and then if anything remained, which it didn't, but if it did, then we could allow existing districts to grow their program.
Motion has been made and seconded. Any further discussion? All in favor? All opposed? 9-1.
And that's the extent of what we have to share with you today.
Thank you, sir.
Burton?
Ben?
As I recall, we also made recommendations on ag in the classroom and some of those items.
Last year, you made recommendations, if I recall correctly, $35,000 for ag in the classroom, $35,000 for environmental education.
In communities and schools.
Yes, communities and schools, you addressed earlier this year with ESSER funds. Just to finish that thought, the ag in the classroom and the environmental ed, you may or may not have noticed when we reviewed professional development, prior years it had been $1,700,000. This coming year and the following year, it's $1,770,000. That extra $70,000 was the $35,000 for each of those other two programs. The governor chose to recommend putting it there instead.
We've actually, through the back door, made those recommendations at $35,000 each.
Yes, it was used for a different purpose, but the recommendation that was made was presented last year.
I guess to help support kind of what they're doing, because they get grants, but it's not really for operational expenses. That I think it's important that we send the statement that they do quality work for our educators across the state of Kansas, and supporting them like we have recommended in the past would be beneficial. So I make the recommendation that we support them at the KC and ag in the classroom at $35,000 apiece.
That wasn't a recommendation, that was a motion, right?
That was a motion.
Thank you. Melanie seconds that motion. Further discussion? Jean?
I just wanted to say that I really think that these organizations in particular are very focused on the what the students or careers the students might get into after graduation, and they really help students get interested in them. And those are, very much in line with what we're trying to do with post-secondary opportunities for students.
Janet?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I agree, I support it. However, my question is, I thought we recommended 50,000 last, was it year? Was it 35? I thought one year we did 50. Okay, thank you.
Anything else? Motion is for a total of $70,000, right? For $35 each for those two programs. All in favor, raise your hand. All opposed? Did everybody vote? Okay, thank you.
Certainly welcome. Thank you.
There was one other thing we voted on last year, and I know Ben says it's in the budget, but we requested $100,000 for the dyslexia coordinator.
That's in the budget. Do we need to do that again?
That is in the budget.
mean,
It's a
I
part of the
think we
budget.
kinda
It
oughta-
will be funded by the state general fund.
Okay. So
I'm not too sure we shouldn't put it in our request formally to keep it. I mean, a lot of these are already in the budget, we're just supporting them, and I think if we take it off the list, it'll get forgotten, so even though, I mean, aren't most of these funded in the budget?
Right, it's in general fund.
Yes.
They'd have to pass a motion, take it out.
They'd have to take it out.
They'd have to.
They would
pass a
have
law
to take it out?
Yeah.
It's in there.
You know these guys, right?
But that would be true of anything, right?
Yeah.
You'd have to go through every one. of them.
Okay, thank you.
All right.
Yeah, thank you, sir. We have a new deputy commissioner that I would like to come and introduce himself and tell us something about yourself, Ben.
Well, is there anything in particular you'd like to know? I've been here for,
Why'd you leave the real world and come here?
well, yeah, I've heard the phrase drinking out of a fire hose many times over the past week and a half or so, and that is kind of what it feels like. But after spending, I guess, 21 or 22 years in different school districts around the state, it's just an honor to be here. And I'm looking forward to our work, and there are great, great people in this agency. And I tell people, as I walk by cubicles and offices, I've seen your name through an email, but it's great to see a face. And I'm just enjoying getting to know people and the work that we're doing, and look forward to more. So thanks for the opportunity.
Motion would be in order to approve the consent agenda with the exception of C, D, J, K, and L. Betty moves. Is there a second? Dina seconds the motion. Any further discussion? All in favor, raise your hand. All opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Motion would be in order to approve C, D, J, K, and L. Is there a motion to approve? Ben? Second? Melanie? Did you want to comment? Okay. There you go. At least you had the opportunity. All in favor of the motion, please raise your hand. All opposed, motion carries 9-0. At this point, is there additional travel request? Janet?
Thank you. I saw on Jim Porter's that you had ESSER on there, and I was at that same ESSER meeting, so I just want to make sure that was on there.
Any more travel requests? Motion to be in order to approve the travel request as presented with the addition. Dina makes that motion, and Ben seconds that motion. Any further discussion? All in favor, please raise your hand. All opposed, motion carries unanimously. At this point, I would like to point out that in our packet, we have a report from Ann on the first Indigenous meeting. Do you want to follow up on that in any way? Appreciate you doing that.
Yeah, we had a really good meeting. Kind of talked about expectations. Almost everybody was there. I think we're short one or two people, one or two appointments. There's one that's a non-voting position for somebody to represent a tribe outside the state. And evidently there were dozens of tribes who wanted to have that position. I mean, there are a lot. We have 4 tribes in Kansas, but we have dozens of tribes who have students here. So anyway, I think Dr. Redcorn, who's our new chair, is going to work out an application process for that. So hopefully by the time we meet again, August 19th, maybe we'll have all those filled. But I think we have really good representation. I think we're going to find, like a lot of them, we're going to need more people as we go on or set up subcommittees. But we're going to start with looking at, one, they want to look at the mascot recommendation that you guys received a couple months ago. And everybody's supposed to read over that and see if they want to recommend it to the board. And then we're also going to take a look at history and English language arts standards. They want to review those and then see, after that, take a look at what recommendations they might want to make to improve those standards. So we're off and running. After August 19th, we're going to meet about every 2 weeks till the end of the year. So they're serious and a really good group.
Thank you. Now I'm just going to ask, just open the floor for any committee, just any committee reports. Jean.
The policy committee met last month. Didn't meet this month, but will meet again in August, and we'll be doing the next portion of the chunk that we review for policy. So that's at lunchtime on the Tuesday meeting. There was also an Advantage Kansas Coordinating Council virtual meeting in June, and that's going to apparently be more active in the future, but not too much had been done at the meeting other than to sort of reiterate what we had done and to let us know that we were going to sort of restart that. And I think, and that's really about all that it was extra. Thank you.
Any other committee reports? Seeing none. Board Attorney report.
Couple things. Briefly, I put in my monthly report just the anticipated attendance at the Nicosia conference in October. That I talked with Scott about it today. There has not been they've announced that it's an in-person and it's going to be in Arizona, but they haven't yet designated the conference hotel. So it makes me wonder if this late in the game if that's going to go forward. But planning on that and looking for to schedule that. As part of the annual membership for both Nicosia, that I'm also part of the Kansas School Attorneys Association, and they're going to have a roundtable discussion tomorrow regarding the a number of Supreme Court cases that have impacted education, religion and education, those kinds of things. So there were a number of decisions that came out from the U.S. Supreme Court in the last couple of weeks of the session that we're going to talk about tomorrow, and I'll report on those next month that impact education. Typically, one thing I do when I'm here is to try to check on recent, Kansas cases, Attorney General opinions, things that while I'm here I can kind of look at and try to, see if there's anything that impacts, education or school districts. One, Kansas, typically cases that are reported by the Kansas Supreme Court and the Court of Appeals on Friday afternoons, and those are all posted online. There was one that was somewhat interesting because it did involve a school district and a question about whether or not a private busing company was fell within the Kansas Tort Claims Act. It was a decision that came down from the Kansas Court of Appeals on July 1st. It involved Shawnee Mission School District, although they weren't a party. We have talked from time to time about how government entities, agencies, political subdivisions of the state fall within the Kansas Tort Claims Act, and the Tort Claims Act requires pretty specific advanced notification of claims and give the opportunity to respond to those. School districts fall within our political subdivisions of the state. So one of the issues that come up in a lot of litigation relate to the notification, the statutory compliance with the Kansas Tort Claims Act. In this particular case, a individual student had there was a sexual assault on a bus, and so the family sued the private busing company, which the first student is the name of the busing company. And it was pretty clear that in hindsight, after looking at it, that it's an independent contractor relationship. However, the plaintiffs in that case, pursued it as not just within the definition of the political subdivision, but as the statute reads as an extension of, and so there's some little bit open-ended language. But the case looked at whether or not this busing company was an extension of the district, and in this case, the court ruled that it was an independent contractor and went through some of the analysis to confirm that it was not, it did not fall within the Kansas Tort Claims Act, was not something that required notification to the busing company, and the district court decision was affirmed by the Kansas Court of Appeals. So a lot of cases that come up from time to time that are somewhat on the fringe of education, that impact school districts, political subdivisions, and the legal issues that are involved in education and education liability. So other than that, I stand for any questions that you might have.
Questions for Mark? Requests for future agenda items. I just need to, anytime I ask a question, I just need to call on Ann and move on from there.
Well, one I brought up last month was that we need to go through the list of bills that were passed this year and see what we're going to comply with and what we're not going to comply with. And I know everybody was busy, but hopefully we can do that maybe by next month. So.
Okay, and let me clarify before I make, are we voting on the presentation on our cut scores?
Next month.
Next month. I really would, and maybe this is something that can be done prior to the board meeting, because I have no clue, I wasn't on the board, why it was cut from 5 to 3 or 4 to 3. And I really would like, I'd like to get a little more background information. So maybe that's something that I could just get if I'm the only one that's at a loss on that decision.
Why don't we start with a Friday note explanation to everyone? If that doesn't do it,
okay,
let me know, and then we
Okay.
could schedule some more time.
That's fine.
Try to give you a history
Yeah,
of that.
yeah, okay, that's fine, thank you.
Janet.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's my understanding that we have a few members missing from the Professional Practices Commission. Are we starting to accept nominations for that or anything, do you know? Is that correct?
We keep getting phone calls and letters. All right.
That's what I was told. I don't know.
I'll need to look into that, Janet. I don't know. I couldn't speak to it, I just don't know.
Yeah, we keep getting nominations, I guess we all have, probably. Gene?
This may be premature, but I was wondering if there would be an opportunity in the future to sort of take a look back at the ESSER money that's been spent in the past, and to see how effective that's been for schools, just in more of a global sense rather than a district-specific sense. Because I think that, that was a substantial amount, and we'd like to make sure, or to evaluate how well we've been able to affect student learning and improve our schools with that.
Michelle?
Thank you, Chairman Porter. So Ann, were you talking about the things that we voted on last month that came up on the agenda that were under 2567? Are those specific things you were talking about as far as
Well,
what we're going to comply with, or?
Not just that, but all the bills. There were a number of bills, like the computer science bill and quite a few others that had provisions of things that we were required to do. And I think some of them we might want to do and some we might not.
Yeah, that was one of them.
So if we've already voted on it, then do we take a revote?
No, I mean, we didn't vote.
We voted last month on, I took things off last month, like virtual math for $4 million. That was out of state, that was a program from out of state that they tasked with us in the funding bill. And we already have Khan Academy, it's free. So now we're being saddled with $4 million.
Yeah, but I don't think the board took a formal,
Yeah, it was in the consent.
We have to go to RFP.
well, yeah, with the RFP,
Yeah.
but there's a lot more than just that. There's quite a few different bills that have things in them besides just the math one.
You're both right. So what was in the consent agenda last month was we have to go to RFP to bring you back a vendor for that math program. And so that
And it
was the motion
specific.
to do that.
It was
And
very,
then
it was very
then
specific.
That comes back to you at some point and says, here's what the committee found to be the most appropriate company.
Right.
And then you would then need to vote according to the law
Mhm.
that this program that was then put in place for school districts to use going forward. So there'll be another vote on that too, Michelle.
So Khan Academy is trusted and true. It's evidence-based and it's been around forever. So would that be a supplement, and then it's not very expensive at all because it's free?
Well, it's way different though. I mean, I talked to the guy from Con about that and we can have that discussion, but that was like tutoring and you can get on any time of day and it's small group and
I think we can
it's
have
not
this-
like
we can
this.
have the
Yeah, because my
discussion.
son's used it since 6th grade and it's been awesome.
Yeah.
He loves it.
But
A lot of people.
this was not our bill. This was
Right.
put in the bill to force us to do something.
I know.
So that's, I think you're both asking the question, should we review those to see what we want to do?
Okay.
So,
Is that-
And that's something we can do, I'm assuming, since it's education, right?
so at some point, we may want to take the position, say, no, thank you. I think that's what Ann is saying, right?
No, I mean, the thing like, one that comes to mind is that we have to set up this complicated bureaucratic system to allow schools to offer credit for things done outside of school. And I'm thinking, nah, because they've been doing it for 15 years without all that bureaucratic stuff. Does that make sense? So,
Makes sense to me. Melanie?
Can we please add the pre-K pilot discussion to the list for future board meeting? Thank you.
Mr. Porter, please just hold for a moment. We had some agenda items today that touched on school safety, but in light of many of the things that have happened around the country, I think we need to begin a conversation, a review of some kind. I'm not sure exactly where to go, but we need to address the issue of school safety and be a player in supporting what's happened. We did a little bit today with money, in terms of locks and whatever, but school safety is more than just locks and SRO people. the many components that build a culture of safety and a culture of prevention. So I'm not sure exactly what we need to do, but we need to have some focused time to hear what our schools are doing, what state's doing, and what's missing. What do we need to do? Yeah. Thank you.
I'd like to respond to that, Jim. It's my understanding that Olathe is starting a new program this year. And they're going to give every teacher something around their neck, and they just push a button. And this would be for any issue. I mean, a discipline issue or a gun. I mean, you know, they would somehow have it so that the office would know immediately. Everyone would be informed, you know. So I think that's something we may want to look at, you know, maybe future agenda item. I mean, have them come in, but that's, look at something like that.
I think that's a great idea, you know, but it's the first time I've heard of it.
Yeah, well, I just read it in the paper.
And that actually be part of the discussion that you're asking for.
Yes.
I
You know, what are the options?
Much more, but I just thought that was very interesting.
I'm just thinking in light of recent current events, we need to have a more deliberate conversation and direction that we provide the state.
Rather
In
than
turn-
money, rather than just throwing money at it.
No, right, it's not just a money issue, right. It's a culture and climate of safety and prevention. It's policies, it's school culture, you know. But I think it'd be remiss of us not to have some kind of response or some kind of conversation that leads to some support of our schools and in support of the safety of our schools and students and faculty and everybody else.
Thank you. Anything else? I can't believe it. We're recessed till 9 o'clock in the morning.